squad holders, if you have not checked in for this squad, please come to the tournament office to check in. We have about 6 people that we still need to check in. So if you have not checked in, please come to the tournament office behind lanes 41 and 42. As soon as we get that taken care of, we'll have a short get-together. We'll do it out on the lanes. I'll let you know where that'll be in just a moment.
Yeah, literally, we like literally just got here. Chad had to send his feedback, so they only put the chicken. I had to wait on that. Yeah, Chad. No. It's like, in the middle of the day, it's like, all right, we gotta go. It's like 12:45. Chad's like, we got 45 minutes. It's fine. No, Chad, no.
Ticket number 183, your order 30th cafe, ticket 183.
Would Charles Easton please come to the tournament office? Charles Easton in the tournament office, please. Charles, cancel that. Cancel that, Charles. We got you.
Ticket number 187 and 188, Artist Readiness Cafe. Ticket 187 and 188. 180 to the cafe, please.
2017 Logo Infusion InsideBowling.com Open Bowlers. If I could get your attention directed to lanes 53 and 54 at this time, I would appreciate it, so I can go over your skip procedures and tell you all the details about the tournament. We don't have enough room in the tournament office to have a bowlers only meeting, so we're going to try it out here in the bowlers area. So first of all, I would like to thank each of you for coming out and participating in this year's event. We do have a full squad here with 108 bowlers. And I'd like to thank Mark, the general manager here, for hosting an event here at Western Bowl and allowing us to have a couple of extra lanes so we get 8 more bowlers on the squad. We've already had 50 entries between the first 2 squads. This squad is full. We do have a last chance squad tonight. D squad starts at 7 o'clock. There are about 70 bowlers entered into that squad. So if you would like to bowl tonight, please get in the tournament office sometime during the first couple of games. Those will be first come, first served for you. Also, if anybody got in brackets 5, 5, 5, and 5, you did not put your name on the bracket sheet, so we do not know who you are. So please make sure that after I'm done with my announcement, you go in the tournament office and you let them know who you are. They got in 5, 5, 5. I guess the first person who goes in and says so gets them, I guess. I don't know. So make sure, we do have brackets today, and they start games 1, 2, 3, and 4. That means they'll run 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, and 4, 5, 6. No brackets during the 7th game. It's a pink sheet in the tournament office, and you can get in those all the way through practice. So we do have $10 brackets in the tournament office. Today's skip procedure is going to be skipping 3 pairs and moving to the right. You'll bowl with the same group throughout your entire block, but you'll skip 3 pairs, and you will then bowl on the 4th pair to the right. One very, very important thing to be able to get the scores out accordingly is that you keep your score sheets together as a group behind your lanes. Make sure those are together so that our tournament squad can come around and they can pick those up from you and get the scores out as quick as possible. Do not want to be hunting around for score sheets. This tournament would not be possible without a lot of help from a lot of people. I already talked about Mark and the folks here at Western Bowl. But I also at this point in time would like to thank our title sponsor, Logo Infusion, for sponsoring the tournament. Brandon and Ken are both here from Logo Infusion. They have their table set up right over here. Thanks, Logo Infusion. Let's give them a round of applause. Remember, Logo Infusion is made right here in the United States of America in Las Vegas. If you've ever been to Las Vegas and would like a tour of their facility, it's a really cool place. And they're doing a lot of great things in bowling. You can also save 20%. Order jerseys online through the end of May with coupon code IBOPEN17. You can also go up and see them this weekend and talk about any jersey creations, or if you have any questions, they're here to assist. There's an additional $2,000 up for grabs if you win the tournament. Wearing Logo Infusion from start to finish. If you don't have a Logo Infusion jersey, they have some for sale at a discounted rate, so you can get in uniform and be eligible for the extra $2,000. I'd also like to thank the brands of Ebonite International, known as Columbia 300, Ebonite, Hammer, and Track, and District Sales Manager Dave Watgood, who is here, who has also helped pick this venue for us. It's been a huge help, and I'd like to thank Ebonite International at this time. We can give them a round of applause. And last but not least, I would also like to thank the Kegel Corporation for applying the lane condition for us. Kegel designed the flying V pattern for me. Doug Dukes is here in the building, and Doug brought his 2 flex machines here, and that takes a lot of time and effort away from his family. And with what Kegel does for bowling, with putting down a condition that's consistent across all the lanes for so many different tournaments throughout the world, We're really, really happy to have Kegel here on board yet another year. So let's give it up for Kegel. So once again, your skip procedure is skipping 3 pairs to the right. You can get in brackets all the way through practice. Logo Infusion jersey, you're eligible for $2,000 more. Squad is full at 108 bowlers. We have a D squad tonight. Then we're about 70 bowlers full right now. We'll take another 38. So if you think you want to bowl, please get to the tournament office. It's first come, first serve. And it is difficult trying to figure out people bowling squads and things like that. I know there are a couple of bowlers here that wanted to get on this squad that haven't bowled yet. But there's always a way to guarantee your spot to bowl, and that's by going online and paying for a spot. Those spots do not get replaced. So in the future, if that happened to you, we apologize. But all payments that go online do get applied to bowling. So you will bowl if you pay online, and many of you did so. Again, we appreciate everybody participating in this event. It's the 7th year for the tournament. Thanks for showing up in Indianapolis. I really, really appreciate it. My entire tournament staff does as well. If you have any discrepancies or something you need to talk about that's happening as far as tournament play is concerned, you have a question about rules, my tournament director is Jerry Anderson. He's in the tournament office. Jerry is the tournament director, not me. If you have any scoring issues, talk to Jerry and Tim and Ashley in the tournament office. And with that, that's all I have to say. Once again, thank you guys so much. And we'll get the lanes turned on for practice here in just about a minute. Thank you.
Here. I am here with you, everyone. Getting this tournament started here. A little C squad. I'll check in on the chat here in just a moment. Good afternoon from Western Bowl here in Indianapolis, Indiana. I am Mike Flanagan, here bringing you the action for the C Squad qualifying. I'm going to start that over. I didn't like it. Good afternoon from Western Bowl here in Indianapolis, Indiana. I am Mike Flanagan, bringing you the 2017 Logo Infusion InsideBowling.com Open C Squad qualifying. 7 games of qualifying for you on this sold-out squad of 108 bowlers taken to the lanes. We've had 2 squads already, an A and a B, and both of those squads combined for 50 total bowlers, and now we had the demand for about 130 bowlers this squad, but because of lane usage, we were only able to get 108 as we put 2 on a lane, 54 lanes of this 80-lane bowling center. And we're glad you're watching us here today. The pattern the folks are bowling on is the Flying V pattern. That is what we are calling today's lane pattern. I'm going to put it up on the left side of your screen. If you take a look, it looks like a V up there. Very flat oil pattern, about 26 milliliters of oil, using fire and ice. Ice on the way down, fire on the way back. Designed by our friends over at Kegel. Doug Dukes is here with the 2 flex machines, putting down the condition for each squad. And we couldn't do that without having Kegel here. It sure is nice having somebody put down the right condition for you, making sure that there's pattern equality across all the squads. So special thanks to Kegel for that. I also would like to take a minute to mention our title sponsor, Logo Infusion. You can save 20% on the website with coupon code IBOPEN17, IBOPEN17. Save 20% through the end of May. Make some really cool jerseys, compression sleeves, towels. This squad here also, C Squad qualifying, brought to you by the brand of Ebonite from the brands of Ebonite International. Make sure you head out to your local pro shop. Consider an Ebonite bowling product in your near future. Missy coming into the booth. What's going on?
Then I just wanted to hear what was in the headphones.
You wanted to hear what was in the headphones?
Yeah.
Why is that? Are you listening in the office or something?
Not today.
No, not today. Missy helping us out today. Dave bowled good this squad.
He did.
This past squad.
He did. Okay, I'm done now. Bye.
Bye. That's Missy Connerman. She just wanted to come by and listen to the headphones. Helping us out with the tournament. She's a big help. So when you're considering your next bowling ball purchase, make sure you consider an Ebonite ball. Makers of the Maverick, Maverick Pearl, Game Breaker 2, Game Breaker 2 Phenom Pearl, all the Game Breakers. Can't go wrong with those. The Mission Unknown. And then if you're a beginner bowler, even the Maxims and the Cyclones. So make sure you check them out. Checking in on the chat, we've got Craig Carter. Robert Curatello says, good job, Mike. The Blues won last night, but beware of the Predators. Yes, we are definitely aware of them. Justin C. says, this is the procrastinator squad. Marcel Mirren says, thanks for the stream, guys. Much appreciated. You're welcome. Ryan Downard checking in, saying, looks like a bunch of sharks on this squad. And Fred McGee is back. He says, let's go bowling. We're glad you're with us, watching this C Squad. They're working on a tournament list for me of all the bowlers that are bowling the squad. I will most definitely get those for you as soon as I can. Don't forget, you can tweet us at Inside Bowling. You can follow us on Instagram at hashtag Inside Bowling. You can look us up at Inside Bowling, and then also subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get instant notifications when we go live next.
West side. Very off the ledge.
We're anticipating 266 entries for this tournament. I want to thank Mark Schott and everyone here at Western Bowl for hosting the event. Been a great host as we switch venues this year. If you're looking for standings, you can head over to InsideBowling.com and look at the bottom of the screen on the event information tabs, and you can check out whatever bowler you would like to see how they've done so far in the tournament. I'm going to go look at the combined A and B currently right now. EJ Tackett, your leader, at plus 226. Mike Kahn sits second at plus 151. Third is Brad Angelo at plus 140. Actually, I take that back. They have not updated A and B yet together. So I'm still waiting on that update. I'm sorry. I was looking at it through 5. See if that got updated yet. Not yet. I will get that updated for you. I'll get you a number on that one. Whoa, we've got somebody going down here on the approach. Just off to the left. That was dangerous. See Brandon Novak on the screen currently. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring in our stacked view, show you multiple lanes at one time here as we look at lanes 61 through 68. As I'm looking through the center here, lane 61 and 62, you see Chris Collins, PBA champion Chris Collins, bowling with Matt Ogle, AJ Chapman, and Steve Novak. On lane 63 and 64, you see James Castle, Brandon Novak, Jackie Carbonetto, and Robert Morgan. On 65 and 66, we got Zach Brandt, BJ Moore, D-Ron Booker, and Trent Mitchell. And on 67 and 68, we got Justin Billings, Josh Mitchell, Sean Bibby, and Tony Miller. Take a look at all the bowlers. We've had only one on a lane for the first 2 squads, and now we have 2 on a lane for this squad. It'll be interesting to see how this oil pattern breaks down differently. I will take you through all of the bowlers bowling on this squad, all 108 of them, except for the ones that I just mentioned. So here we go. I'm going to give you the rundown right now of all the bowlers bowling. We have Andrew Anderson, Nick Crummell, Boog Kroll, Greg Young, Kerry Kreft, Mike Wolf, Justin Knowles, Ari Wilson, Justin Kittle, Farrell Williams, Charles Kirby, Zach Wilkins, Brandon Kennard, Eric Walker, Anthony Kennard, Christopher Vi, Ronnie Horton, Kyle Troop, Michael Holloman, Tommy Katz, Daniel Hochstein, Vincent Tomley, Chris Hill, Andrew Tomley, Dan Higgins, Matthew Staninger, Jason Hester, Snodgrass, it says. I think that's Frank Snodgrass. Chris Hester, Riley Smith, Tom Hess, Jamie Simpson, Doug Henry, Anthony Simonson, Brian Halen, Kyle Sherman, William Goodman, Brett Shepard, Matt Gasson, Sepharth, I don't know the first name there on that one, Nate Garcia, Michael Schallback, Kenneth Galitzi, Kenny Ryan, DeMarcus Flowers, Matt Russo, Jeff Fair, Norman Rusk, Graham Faw, Brian Robinson, Charles Easton, Chad Roberts, Paul Ray, Kyle Rogers, Scott Downs, James Ray, Daniel Dino, Daryl Ratliff, Victor Cortez, Chris Prather. We've also got Chris Corbin, RJ Pollard, Kyle Cook, Kurt Pelon, Jimmy Cook, Gene Perez, Josh Connor, Ryan Patterson. I already ran through the other bowlers that we had on our live stream pairs that you're watching right now. Also, we have Brian Bergantino, Jesse Buss, Stephen Bennett, Michalowski, Kevin Buchman, Alan Mendoza, Adam Barta, Danny McMillan, Tommy Barna, Rick McCormick, Anthony Barber, Davin McIntyre, Joe Bailey, Kyle Mayberry, Christian Azcona, David Matchin, Brad Angelo, Kevin Mallory, Tom Adcock, Dawson Mayer, Ken Abner, Chris Loschetter, Eric Abner, and rounding out our field, Aaron Lawrence. That makes 108 bowlers on this squad. And we will be covering 4 pairs of lanes, 8 lanes, 16 bowlers at a time for you as they come through our live stream pairs. The skip procedure today is skipping 3 pairs to the right. So we will see just about everybody come through. See here in the chat, we have a fan of PBA champion Kurt Pelon in the house, and that's absolutely right. PBA champion Chris Collins. Got all kinds of PBA champions here. Also got the all events leader or winner from last year, Brandon Novak, also in the squad. And we'll see if we can keep an eye on any possible perfect games, and we'll get our wireless camera to potentially pick that up. Good with that, Brian? Oh, is that the list? Oh, I think that's it. We talked about Brandon Novak. He has the first 5, getting ready to bowl on lane 64. Upper right-hand portion of your screen. See Steve Novak also on your screen. No relation. Novak leaves the 9-pin. Take you full screen here, lanes 61 through 64. You see AJ Chapman. Team USA, AJ Chapman. One of the best physical games out of all the younger generation of bowlers, in my opinion. See Jackie Carbonetto up on lane 64. 1.49. A pretty good shot. So check in on the score, see how your favorite bowler is doing. Take you down to our other bay, lanes 65 through 68. See BJ Moore. Started with a double, 8 spare strike. A lot of change of direction down lane. Seeing a lot of change of direction with people with big hand. Almost need to get a bowling ball in your hand that slows down a bit down lane. Bring you back into our stacked look. I haven't seen Chris Collins bowl in a long time. Having a little trouble out there. This is the head pin right. If you look out of the left side of your screen at the top of the screen, you can see that's Mark Schock. He's the general manager here at Western Bowl, chasing a little deadwood today. Brandon Novak through the face. I've got my rogue cameraman going out on the scene. Just gonna go out and see if we got any strings out there, any big scores. See what we can get. As a matter of fact, I'm going to have some fun with you guys. He doesn't even know that the camera's on, but I'm going to switch it over to his. This will be funny. Get dizzy, everybody. Look at this. Here he is. Oh, he's zooming in on the booth. Look at how steady he's holding it. There's me. He's got me right there. You're going to get real dizzy watching this. We're back to some bowling now. Still in range, still good signal down there, Brian. I see what you got going on down there. I've got you up on my screen. I'll keep an eye on what you got. Hello to John Baker. Hi from just downwind of Vegas, down in Laughlin. Hello. Hi, Dennis Hacker from Las Vegas. Glad you're tuning in and watching. Camera is getting a little pixelated, Brian. Wherever you are now, that's about your range. That's about as far as you can go. It's back. It's good.
I only did not load the one thing, but I had everything else. I said, Kim, you didn't, you said you didn't load no combined. That's what she told me earlier, because I was trying to do the combined.
All right, everybody, we're getting some kinks worked out here. Looks like Brian's got us a pair down here with front 7, and I'll bring that to you here in just a moment. This is a great angle, Brian. This is perfect. Just got to figure out who it is. 51, 52. Might be Graham Faw. Graham Faw, Brian Robinson, Charles Easton, and Chad Roberts. Oh. However you want to do it, yeah. Okay. Looks like we got Chad Roberts on the front 7. I'm going to bring you there real quick, get this one shot, and then we'll bounce out of there. Looking for the front 8. Chad Roberts has the front 8. Okay. Looks like we've got another string around here we're going to bring you to here in just a moment. Brian Burkhart out there working hard. Jimmy Cook has the front 9. We'll have the 10th frame for you here momentarily. Jimmy Cook just had the front 9. Brian, if you could bring that down just a little bit. We've got our banner down at the bottom. Top of the masking unit would probably be best. Much better. Mike, do the left bowlers go left or all go right? Everybody goes right. Makes it a lot easier for us to be able to get the scores. Each group sticking together so we can bring the scores to you as quick as possible. Full screen Chris Collins here. Take a look at how he's doing. I actually need to expand these picture-in-pictures, don't I, for you guys, so you know how they're bowling. I will do that in a moment. But we're going to take it down to lanes 59 and 60 where Jimmy Cook's up in the 10th frame. He actually runs the pro shop here, so he knows this bowling center really well. Jimmy Cook on the front 9, looking for 10 in a row here on this first game of C Squad qualifying. Jimmy Cook. He's got it. It's 10 in a row for Jimmy Cook. Watching our wireless cam right now, Jimmy Cook here from Indianapolis. Runs the pro shop here at Western Bowl. Actually lugged all the bowling balls in for us yesterday. It was a big help with that. Would love to see Jimmy start out with a 300 game here. Jimmy Cook. Right through the face for a 3-4-7. Good run for Jimmy Cook. Gonna bounce out of here now, get back down to our stacked coverage. Richie Allen here in the chat. Kind of cracking me up with his comments right now. Where are you at? Why aren't you bowling this weekend? We not good enough for you? Looks like Chad Roberts must have missed his string down there. So it looks like no possible 300 games this block. Thank you, Brian. Much appreciated. AJ Chapman. Finish with that 7 count there. Looks like he can get to 182. '63 and 64 complete. Matt Ogle. Ogle with a strike. Possible 234 it looks like for Ogle. Chapman with the spare. Glad you're with us watching this game number 108 bowlers on this squad. We've had 50 bowlers enter through 2 squads and 108 on this squad. We'll have one more squad for you tonight at 7 o'clock, D squad. Should be about 30 minutes a game, 3.5 hours. Should run on time. Nice game, Jimmy. What ball did you use? Mission Unknown for Jimmy. Swapping out cameras. Many of the bowlers you see on this squad will be bowling again on the next squad. It's only about 20 or 30 of them will be satisfied with their score at the most. Ball change for Chris Collins, looks like. Steve Novak down there can bowl 203. 224 for oval, I believe. Very talented bowlers across the house. Chris Prather, Daryl Ratliff, their pair is just starting game number 2. Everybody else on your screen is in game number 1. EJ Tackett's still here. I thought that he said he had other plans. BJ Moore, possible 216. Glad you're with us here watching coverage of the 2017 Logo Infusion Inside Bowling.com Open. I'm Mike Flanagan here bringing you the coverage. Off. Why, what's up?
I went to the counter, the speakers just keep going. I thought maybe one of those was no big.
I just turned it off, Kurt. I just turned it completely off to see if that does anything. Let me know.
I'm just up there and I'm like,
Bowlers are having some feedback out on the lanes, evidently, that a microphone is producing some feedback. Not necessarily involved with our broadcast, but here in the bowling center. So we actually have one of their mics up here in the booth to make announcements with. So I went ahead and I turned it off to see if that changes anything. So we'll just take you to where we have game 2 underway. I can tell you who we have down there. We have Daniel Dino, Daryl Ratliff, Victor Cortez, and Chris Prather. And to their left, it'll come into the screen. James Ray, Scott Downs, Kyle Rogers, and Paul Ray. Is there any way to find the scores? Yes, you can go to InsideBowling.com and you can go to the live streaming link, and then you can go down below and you can look at A and B and B squad final and A squad final scores updated 16 minutes ago. You can see on right now EJ Tackett leads at plus 264. Dave Wadka is second at plus 169. Mike Kahn is third at plus 151. Fourth is Jesse Bauer at plus 141. Fifth, Cameron Doyle at plus 111. Sixth, Brad Miller at plus 110. Seventh is Matthew Sanders at plus 106. Followed by Nick Pate at 97. Charles Easton at 91. Brad Angelo at 85. I would like to bowl in a few IB tournaments. Just in the tournament office or on the website? Let's see, I can smell the sweaty armpit from here. That's nice, SOAC 420. Bowlers who plant on the wrong foot always amaze me. I'd probably kill myself trying to do that. They're talking about Daniel Dino right there on your screen. Good morning, Cameron Weir. Hope you're doing well. Scott Downs, he bowls good on the camera pairs usually. Scott's just a super nice guy. I know I talked about him this morning. He's a pitcher in the Major League Baseball. Pitcher in baseball. He came up with the Cubs organization. We looked him up online. The tournament office did. He's made $30 million being a baseball pitcher in Major League Baseball. Well earned, sir. Switch you over to our other pair at this point in time. You see Jimmy Cook, who just came off of that. I don't know what he finished with, 287, I think. See him over on the right side of your screen. Just got done throwing a shot. Lane 68. Open strike for him. Also bowling with Cook is Gene Perez, Josh Connor, Ryan Patterson. And on 57 and 58, we got Chris Corbin with RJ Pollard, Kyle Cook, and Kurt Pelon. We will go ahead and stack them up for you. Show you all the lanes that we have for you. Anywhere to see the current squad scores? Not yet. 108 scores to get. They should have that uploaded and put together. They'll find a system and a rhythm here shortly to have that for you. I'll be right back. I'm going to try to get a couple guests here for the booth. Told you guys I was going to go try to find some guests. So this is like going really old school to like high stakes bowling from like 2010.
This is the original.
Yeah, the original gangster. I have Brad Miller in the booth, and Brad's already bowled the event in the first 2 squads. And Brad, you find yourself with a couple of decent scores.
Oh yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing how you really feel about them. But you got a 74 over in there and a 110 over.
Yeah.
Are you done bowling the tournament then?
I'm done. I don't know. I guess,
think that's a smart play.
I guess if they absolutely whack them this set, then I have no choice but to bowl again. But I don't know. If I'm around 20th for all of qualifying, maybe even 25th, you can't imagine that I'm going to be terribly far away from the number at 12. So when scores are low and you're only, 10 spots can be 20 pins, So.
The only person I trust to help me conquer the flying V pattern would be Gordon Bombay, says Justin C., a Mighty Ducks reference. It's lunchtime, and this is the preferred meal of these healthy, conscious bowlers, burgers and fries.
Cameron Rear, Bad Brad.
That's right.
So why the flying V? What were you trying to accomplish? What's the deal with that?
Oh, it was a Kegel creation. He knows what I like to do with the patterns. We were on a completely different surface. I didn't have time to come up here and drill bowling balls and practice and put the shot out like I used to do in the past. I had a specific look I was always looking for, and I knew it was going to be impossible to do that this year just because of my time.
Oh, yeah.
I would have had to come up like Wednesday, meet Doug here. We'd have had to,
lay it out, ball on it.
Yeah, change it, keep going. Yep, things like that. And it just didn't make sense for me. So
yeah, for sure.
I trusted Doug, and Doug's been wanting to try this pattern for a while. And I like to market the events with oil patterns, and I thought it was very marketable.
It's a good pattern. It's a great pattern, really. The scoring pace is perfect. This is a perfect scoring pace for a tournament like this.
Yeah, we're pleased with the scoring pace, 100%. I'll bring the pattern up really quick. It's ice on the way down, fire on the way back.
Yeah, what's up with that? Do you know much about that? Because I know we did it last week, too, in the boom.
Yeah, I can tell you a lot about it, actually.
I don't know why people are doing it.
Okay, so what happens is you typically want to load up the middle of the lane on the way down.
Why?
Because oil flows downstream.
Okay.
That's number one.
Okay.
Doug would be able to answer this way better than me. But oil streams downstream. And that's where you generally lay down your base of your pattern. And then your overlay is how you want to tweak your pattern, typically. So on the way back is what you're overlaying on top of existing oil.
Okay.
All right. So the way that this works is by using the ice oil and starting at 14 to 14.
So it's ice first, right?
Ice on the way down.
Okay.
Then on the way back, it's all 2 to 2s, but it's with fire oil. So the fire oil the thought was that the fire oil outside, it's still lane oil for crying out loud. It's not like it's sandpaper, okay? But it would allow for that. Middles have a lot of slick oil. Outsides have the I guess you would call the drier oil.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then you could still play out, in theory, with this. But keep in mind, whenever you look at a lane graph, it's not where it shows up on the graph is where the oil actually is, because that brush gets dipped into oil, so to speak, or gets oil applied to it. If you went to your house and you were going to paint your room with a brush, and you ran that brush out all over your wall, would you feel comfortable putting on your favorite outfit and rubbing the brush up and down the outfit? No, there's still something left, right?
Right.
So when you oil a pair of lanes, you get that brush very, very soaked up with both types of oils, and what's left on the brush and goes to the next pair then gets transferred and applied to the next pair.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's a mixture.
Okay.
It's just
Yeah,
an interesting.
yeah, I get-
It's just an interesting
Yeah,
situation.
that is interesting. Because last week, they definitely played different than something that I've seen in a really long time. Now, granted, the Tour uses the thickest of oils, and they absolutely load them up.
The other key thing to look at that the Flex machine allows you to do is they have this amount of oil that's being applied to the brush. So I want to show you that.
And other machines can't do this?
Correct. So if you look at the mics, and you can go see the same graph we're looking at on any of our social media platforms, or you can go over to Inside Bowling, click on the tournament tab. When it's applying that oil lane conditioner, it's at 55, which is like a lot of oil.
Heavy, yeah.
But as it goes down the lane, it decreases all the way down to 35 mics.
And then loads it up for the 2-2.
No, that's just a buff. That means there's no loads.
Oh, there's no loads. Yeah, okay.
So
okay.
that's just those numbers don't matter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
So then on the way back, you see at the end of the pattern, it's less oil, but at the front, it's the most oil it can be. So from 11 feet to 7 feet, it's 50 mics at a slow speed. So it's applying it and dragging it very slowly as opposed to very quickly with a paintbrush.
So it's loading up the fire on the way back.
Yes.
And in the front.
Gutter to gutter. So that's kind of how that works. Now, Brad Miller joins us, and also now bringing in the third member of the team now as we're cooking with some gas here, is one of my favorite people on planet Earth next to Brad Miller. He also was very instrumental in making sure that we could have this event this year and bring it to Indianapolis. He also represents one of the sponsors, Ebonite International. He also has already bowled 2 squads. Dave Watka joins us in the booth now, and he's in second place in the tournament.
Thanks, guys. Glad to be in.
What'd you do today? Physically, how did you go 160 over? That's not easy to do.
I had a different game plan today after bowling last night. And yeah, I was kind of listening while you guys were just talking about the lane pattern, even though my mic wasn't on. And based on what the graph looked like, I had a game plan last night that was completely wrong, and I was 100 under after 3. And
did you try to play him right or left?
last night I tried to play him right.
Yeah.
Today I never threw a ball right at 10.
Yeah.
And I'm still physically not throwing it up to par, but ball reaction was very good the last probably 3.5 games.
Cool.
So it worked. You know, I mean, I got a lot of it the last 2. I had 250, 260 the last 2 games.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's really cool.
So I got a lot of it the last 2. But with the way my schedule's been lately, I've practiced 0 times in like a month and a half.
Okay, well that's okay. I mean, you're in contention.
Yeah.
So
I'm not at all displeased with how today went, and I got to believe some people will hit them pretty hard on this squad just because it's a big squad.
Oh, for sure.
You know, but it could go both ways. You know, they're gonna transition twice as fast.
I know.
So they're gonna get to where they're bad twice as fast.
Yep. And I mean, you hit them hard the last 2, but I think
that would technically be like games 3 and 4 on this squad.
I know, and it's easy to on this pattern. You have to get your ball rolling forward.
Yes.
Because it's very easy for it to go sideways. And so when people like to get left, they like to open up their angles. Well, it's not. You can't necessarily just do that. So a lot of people might get trapped.
Yeah. And see, I bowled next to EJ this morning, and I kind of. I mean, there isn't any of us really that can do what EJ does, and he literally looked like he was bowling league games 2, 3, and 4 today.
I asked Waswo because Waswo was crossing. I was like, "Does that make you want to go on tour?" He goes, "Absolutely not."
Absolutely not. Yeah. But I watched him a little bit, and as I kind of migrated into where he was, I honestly think maybe I even still started too far to the right.
Yeah.
Based on what he was doing, because although I'm 150 to 200 rev rate less than that.
Sure.
My ball speed's always also less too, so I can kind of mimic where he's playing the lanes.
Yep.
I think I even started a little too far right again, and I started at like 13, 14, and I think I could have even started further left.
Yeah.
And had a better look. And for me, as I get further left.
Thanks, Kurt. That's Kurt Pelon.
Yeah. As I
Kurt.
get further left, I'm a little more comfortable also.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. See, I was the opposite. I got all my pens. I had 150 today at the first game, and then I think I shot like 740 or something. But I shot 740 playing directly up 10 with a ball that doesn't hook.
Right, right.
So I was able to stay really aggressive.
Did you get more today than what you had last night?
No. I was 110 last night. I was 102 of the game to go to today or this morning, and I shot 170 because I trapped myself with that trying to open up my angles thing.
Right.
I was bowling with A.J. Johnson, and I had just came off a pair I was playing straight, and he was playing in, and I saw his ball look really good, and so the second frame I was like, you know what, you sold me. I jumped in, and I just couldn't create what he was creating. He gets out of it so clean, and his ball gets down the lane so much better than mine.
Right,
And mine likes
right.
to see it 10 feet sooner.
Well, and that's kind of where I'm at now because I don't throw it that hard anymore. My ball tends to read a little bit earlier now. So I throw much weaker balls than what a lot of guys throw now just because I can't get it down the lane as good.
Well, I mean, that's okay. I mean, whatever suits you, really. But, yeah, sometimes my ball sees the lane a little earlier, and then I try to get firm or I try to get really aggressive.
Then you throw it right through it?
Yeah, I throw it right through it. 2-pin.
Yeah, never seen that. Never seen that before.
Yeah. 264. EJ was 264. Man, it's crazy. It's like bowling league.
And that was with he bowled even the last 2 games. He was that after 5.
Yeah. I went down game 5. He was throwing some ball that I couldn't tell what it was. So I went down and he was throwing a Jackal Ghost, and I was like, you know, that kind of makes sense. So I tried to throw a Jackal Ghost, and no, not for me. So, yeah.
Were you in the booth for the first game on this squad, or did you just get in here?
I just got in here.
Gotcha.
Just got in here. I've been watching Kyle. Kyle's not bowling good, Sherman, and it's because he's around it, and his ball's seeing the lane and going sideways, and he can't keep his angles in front of him. So at lunch, we were trying to get him to practice or get a good feel on trying to get up the back of it and try to get his ball to stop at the end of the pattern. It's almost like you're trying to 5-pin, you know?
Right.
So I was watching him try and do it, and he actually did it really well. I'm curious to see how he does the rest of the block.
All right, guys, so we should be able to dial this coverage in pretty nicely now. I'm going to give you a little quick training here, Dave.
Yep.
All right.
I know how to move those.
Yeah, we're in game 2 there. So here's what we're using. We've got a pair here with scoreboards 65 through 68. We've got a pair here with scoreboards 61 to 64. And then a lot of people have been enjoying this look. So you can see all styles bowl.
Okay.
You just got to check in on the scoreboards from time to time, like we will right here. Just so people can kind of keep an eye on their scores. Jimmy Cook just had a big first game. He's up right there.
All right.
280, I forget what it was. So if you just kind of bounce around with those, that's great. And I'll be remote. I'm going to be listening. I'm going to look for 300s and whatnot. You guys just keep your dialogue going.
All right.
You guys are cruising along great. You don't need me at this point.
For everybody in the chat and watching, bear with me as this is my second time at producing.
Yeah.
So.
And you can get yourself caught up in the chat as well.
Yeah, I got it.
I know they were saying some things about how I'm always busting Brad's balls. Does Brad want to get back at me on the air? Which is perfectly fine. And this morning, Wadka, I was busting his balls because he never smiles, no matter how he's bowling, good or bad. And
Must be a short
he's second now. You know, he's second.
And he still hasn't smiled.
I know. That's
well, apparently you don't smile either because
I know.
Robert just asked we should have a smiling contest while they throw 7 in a row. Who wins?
I promise we smile a lot. Bowling's frustrating.
It is frustrating. There's no doubt about that.
It's weird. I've always struggled with trying to balance the amount of focus that you need to like make good shots and keep up with moves and ball changes and all the variables that come into bowling good, and trying to focus on those things and still trying to keep like a really good personality with like the people around you and the people watching. And man, guys like Parker, and I don't know how they do it, man.
It's hard.
It's incredible.
I really do try my best, but I know. I mean, there's everybody who knows me. I'm not the nicest person when I'm on the lanes. I just am not. That's that But if I come off the lanes, like once I step out of the settee area, I'll talk to you.
Absolutely.
But that's our workplace.
I know, exactly.
That's our workplace.
Absolutely.
And, we don't come into your workplace and talk to you and tell you how to do your job. So that's a little bit of it. It's not trying to be a jerk or anything. It's just that's what we do. We're on the lanes.
And everybody does it differently. If you watched EJ today, if you were able to see him while he wasn't bowling, he was back jacking around, like dancing. It was almost like he was bowling league. But
right.
It's not always that easy. Sometimes you really have to buckle down and focus.
Right. Yes, John Baker, sometimes I'm grumpy when I bowl. And Ryan Downard, yes, I was throwing a Phenom Pearl the last 3 games today.
Oh, yeah, the Hawaii regionals are going on right now. Have you ever been to the Hawaii regionals?
I've actually, I've won a couple times over there. Yeah, I've been probably 5 or 6 times over there.
Is it neat?
But planning on going next year.
Is it neat?
Yeah, it's a blast. We have a good time.
I'm sure it's beautiful.
Hey guys, just to let you know, Greg Young is killing him down here. 250 the first game. He's working on 270 this game.
Where's he playing?
My guess is in.
Go look. Almost out of range here. It's going to be hard to hear me.
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit. We can sort of hear you.
I took down the mic.
We got to look on. Who we got on our screen right now that was Ryan Patterson, correct?
Oh yeah.
We got Josh Connor, Gene Perez, R.J. Pollard on the left lane there on 66.
It's like Darryl Ratliff just came into the picture.
You do have a sheet there with all the bowlers.
Oh, do we?
Yeah, I got it right here, Mike. Thank you.
So once you find a bowler that you can kind of see the other ones that are around them.
Right.
Man, this is a really strong squad.
Yeah, it is a really strong squad.
Titanic, the Impulse Solid is a modern version of the Pulse. It's got the same core in it. It's just got a modern cover on it. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, we were just talking about that ball last week. I was at Ebonite International, and that ball I saw go down the lane at the boom doubles quite a bit. Multiple players were using it, and it's like a. Okay, so the Game Breaker 2 and the IQ Tour Solid have been compared to be somewhat comparable of one another. I mean, they both have a little bit different characteristics about them, but they're very similar. Then this Impulse Solid seems to fit that mold.
It does. Again, it's in the same boat. It's a solid, symmetric, mid-price, upper mid. We bowled the regional last weekend in Grove City, Ohio, and I threw the Impulse Solid almost exclusively during that tournament. So it's one of those that the more I throw it, the more I like it.
I think that ball could become a niche ball that is still in the line a few years down the road because so many people like that reaction.
Well, it looks like a hook monster because it's dull,
right?
But it really isn't. It's just like a controllable ball.
It's controllable.
Very similar to if you look at a Game Breaker or an IQ Tour, they do the same.
Similar. It's a benchmark ball.
Absolutely.
Somebody like we have our Columbia 300 diehards, and that is a benchmark ball for the Columbia 300 guys. We got a first game score update here, and scores were fairly good that first game, which I kind of expected that with 4 on a pair.
Me too.
We knew the transition was going to be a little quicker. The scores were going to get better quicker. We'll have to see how they go throughout the time. But your top 5 scores that squad: Jimmy Cook with 287, Chris Hill 266, Danny McMillan with 261, Ken Abner, and Greg Young with 258 each, rounding out your top 5. And as Mike had mentioned, Greg Young is bowling a big game 2 also. So we'll get a update as quick as we can on game 2.
This is really interesting. I'm really
so we had
eager to see
38. We had 38 people shoot 200 out of the 108 the first game. So a third. Actually, if you look at it that way, that's about
right.
On the same pace. Yeah, about a third of the field shot each.
I mean, you got to think there's been a total of 50-something bowlers bowled so far, and this squad alone is 108, double that.
And of those 50 that had bowled, if I'm not mistaken, 12 were
re-entries.
No, 12 were plus.
Oh, yeah.
15
Yeah.
plus. So
Yeah.
we're on about the same pace, actually.
Yep.
What I think is going to happen is you're going to have the same number of people bowl plus, but you're going to have more people bowl better scores.
Sure.
Just because there's more people bowling.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I was thinking about it. I guess in the previous IBs, this squad has always been.
This is the one that determines the number.
Yes,
Yeah, the
exactly.
third squad is the biggest one. It is the one that's going to determine where the number goes and what happens with it.
Yeah, when the IB was at Crest Bowl maybe 4 or 5 years ago, I can remember I bowled the morning shift. There wasn't a Friday night block. I think there was a doubles tournament, but there wasn't part of the IB. And I bowled the morning block, and I was second after the morning block, and then I was second after the entire tournament qualifying. And that just doesn't happen. That hasn't happened in the last 4 years. This squad usually comes out on top for sure. But you don't know, because we bowled one person on a lane, 2 on a pair, and sometimes that can be a great advantage.
Yeah,
sometimes
sometimes it can go the other way.
Yeah.
You know, I honestly think the way this played out, I think the early squads only having 2 on a pair, 1 on a lane, might have actually hurt us.
Yes, I would think so.
Because this is a type of pattern that as they transition, I think they get a little better. And we only got a couple games of them transitioning.
Yep. I think last night, no one really knew what the pattern was going to do at all. Like, it was a new pattern. No one's ever bowled on it before.
Right.
It wasn't your normal IB pattern.
That's why I said I had a
we
I had a game plan last night, and it just was it just wasn't right.
Yeah,
I completely changed it today. Like that's the difference in a tournament, like where you have a practice session on the pattern.
Sure. Yeah.
You know, last night was kind of the practice session for me, and as frustrating as it was and whatever, but it got me to where I came in today with a different game plan, and it worked.
See, that's exactly why Kyle and I bowled 2 squads last week at the Boom, and then I had a pretty score last night, but I bowled again today because, you know, me coming in this morning, I bowled last night, I bowled pretty good, you know. I don't care who you are, you're always going to feel like you left pins out there no matter how good you bowl.
Right.
But you have knowledge on a pattern. You just got done bowling. So you go home, get 5-6 hours of sleep, wake up again. You're still kind of loose. You're still kind of feeling your swing a little bit. You can have a big block.
Right.
You know what the pattern's doing. And so is it worth the $200? Maybe, because if you really go off and have a great block, you know, what's $200 in bowling when you can win $10,000?
When you're talking about a tournament for $10,000, and there's a lot of money in the top 12 in this tournament, so it's worth the $200.
Oh, sure.
It's almost like you're paying for a practice session for the first squad.
Exactly. So
we're getting to the end of game 2 here. We're going to watch a couple people finish up here.
Looks like 63 and 64. Prather just got off that pair, and the high
put
was
it on
193. 63 and
yes, Fidel, it is a very expensive practice session. I do agree with that. But in the grand scheme of a tournament like this, you know, when there really isn't a practice session, it can be worth it.
Yeah, especially, you know, if you're going to attempt to bowl for money or even for a living, really, if you're only going to throw the bowling ball to make your money, you have to win.
Right.
You have to win. You're not going to nickel and dime it. You're not going to make a living just cashing. You're not going to make a living counting your hundreds or $200. You know, you have to win. So if you have to spend $200 to make 10 grand, or to better your chance of making 10 grand, you have to take it.
Right.
Especially if you're doing it for a living.
Absolutely.
Because you're not going to count dollars in this industry. You're either going to win, or you're going to make it big, or you're going to feel like you're going to struggle.
Right. I'm going to answer a question here real quick. Robert asked how fun it was to bowl in the PBA League up in Maine.
Oh, yeah, talk about that, because I wasn't there.
That is, I will tell you, for those of you that have not watched it, or for those of you that have watched it, or maybe had a chance to go there and check it out, it is an atmosphere unlike anything else you'll ever bowl in your life. It really is. It's a couple of the European guys have equated it to it's English Premier League soccer in a bowling center.
Really?
You know, it's chants for everybody. Everybody's got their own chants, and for me personally, it's actually easier to bowl in that environment because there's something going on all the time. So if there's noise, it doesn't bother you.
Yeah.
It's constant. There's always going on.
And the personalities of the bowlers just come out. Even the ones without personalities, they
Right.
feel the need to just.
I'll bring up one because we bowled against him last week, and everybody thinks he's so Sam Cooley.
yeah.
You know, Sam Cooley
Yeah.
threw the most unbelievable messenger you've ever seen in your life, and he just goes crazy, and the crowd gets into it, and it's one of those things that I hope the PBA figures out a way to incorporate that into like us actually going to another city and
Yes.
bowling against them.
Yes.
Because it's such a cool thing.
Yeah.
But it's all done in 3 days
Yeah.
in one
Exactly.
place.
Exactly.
You know, they show it over 4 weeks and it's all cool and everything. But if we could
Spread it out a little bit.
if we could just spread it out, well, that was
crazy.
yeah. Well, give you 3 guesses who that was. Sorry about that.
That's great. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Game 2.
Anyway, getting back to the PBA League. Oh, I'm sorry for those of you watching. I'm sorry. Getting back to the PBA League. Yeah, honestly, if you're a fan of bowling and you ever want to take a 3 or 4 day vacation for bowling, go watch that event.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
go get tickets for it. Go watch that event. I actually had a couple friends of mine that went up there this year that hadn't been there before,
Yeah.
and just absolutely a blast.
I mean, if you.
ding, ding, ding! We have a winner.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
if you have any friends that you want to impress because you're a professional bowler, that's the event you want them to
Yeah,
go to.
it's
what I mean? Like,
just
they'll be impressed.
such
for
a cool
sure.
deal, and so yeah, there's
It kind of shows that there's hope, or not hope, but there's potential.
oh, there absolutely is.
you know what I mean? There's opportunity.
Here's another thing, like bowling. You bowl all the regional events
sure.
in your region. You even come over and bowl some in our region, and
Sure.
I bowl all the ones in our region. And we were talking about.
Hey, Dave, why don't you bring it into the booth real quick?
All right, let's do that. All right.
There we go.
So there
Look
we
at
are.
these guys.
I'm smiling.
Hey, look at us. See?
Look at that.
Smiling, both of us. Whoever said that, we're both smiling right now. How about that?
Well, we're both in the cut, so yeah.
Well,
You
that's
cut us
true.
off.
Yeah, there is that.
I just want everybody to see you while we're waiting for bowling. Just want
We're
everybody to
here.
see you guys.
Yeah, we're here.
Dave and Brad running the booth right now.
I think this is the first time I've been in the booth, maybe ever, since the action bowling days.
Yeah, I got pictures of that still, too.
Wow.
Me and Eddie still talk about that.
We're
every once in
talking
a while. That was fun.
2010.
You're not a regular in here?
No.
Oh, all right.
That's because he bowls every squad.
I know.
Well, that's true.
It's hard to be in the booth when you bowl every squad.
I come here to bowl.
Yeah, but you make the cut on the first squad.
I know. It's silly.
All right, take it back out to the lanes, boys.
All right, let's go back. Let's go watch some bowling.
So what?
That's
what,
much better.
what pair is this?
Here,
60.
let's.
Best way to look at that
Let's
is
get
the
on.
monitors down below
Yep,
tell you the
got it.
lanes.
So we're going to be on
67.
65 through 68 right now.
Okay, the next thing you got to do is you got to bring up your next game graphic. So we're on game 2 right here, but we're actually going into 3. So you go down to this media file. And I have them already all pre-built for you.
Oh, here we go. Look at that.
C3.
C3. I got it.
So when you click on that, it does that. And you just send it, and boom, we go from 2 to 3. Then
Awesome.
you can right-click this one.
See how good I did that?
How many?
Delete that one.
How many hours did it take you to become a guru with this?
A lot.
Yeah.
Did you just sit around and play with it until you kind of figured it all out, or did you go with the flow?
I'm already doing better than when Mike left Aaron McCarthy and I in the booth by ourselves at the Bradley.
That's right.
And I had never done any of the producing.
So yeah, so you got these
So we're doing
shots
okay.
here, and you got your double decker, so you're good. And then you can just let everybody know who's coming into the lanes and all that good stuff.
You have cameras on
Basically, we have 61 to 68 right here in front of the booth.
Right.
63 and 64 hooks a ton, and 67 and 68 hooks a ton.
You were paying attention more than I was because I wouldn't have even known that.
Yeah, so just mix it up, boys, and keep an eye on the chat. And I'm going to continue doing some tournament duties. You guys are doing a great job up here. Appreciate it.
Graham, Dennis Hacker. Hey, man.
Brian Burkhart Got a
Long-time
shout out.
OC.
Genius behind it all. Dakota.
Is that the Richie Allen?
I think that is the Dick Allen.
So at the World Series, Richie comes up to me and he goes, "Hey, let's bowl the doubles in Maine together." And I go, I would
just
love
have to
to.
ask why you didn't.
because the trip to Maine for a doubles tournament,
That's an experience, though.
I know. I know.
That was one of those that was an experience.
So the thing I should have done is bowl the doubles and then stuck around for a few days to check it out, maybe do some broadcasting,
Right.
do something or
Right.
whatever, and then come home is what I should have done. But obviously Richie bowled great, and I messaged him that night. I was like, man, I'm kicking myself in the butt. But no, that was really cool.
Getting back to what we were talking about the regional program and stuff before Mike interrupted us. You were talking about the future and that there's hope and everything, and I have noticed a lot, and even in this tournament, there's a lot of younger guys here that have joined the PBA.
Mm-hmm.
They're bowling regionals. They're bowling some of the tour stops. Andrew Anderson missed the show at the Players Championship by 5 pins.
Yeah.
Zeke made a show
Yeah.
in the doubles
Yeah.
in Maine. I really believe 5, 6, 7 years from now,
I think so
the
too.
tour's got a chance to flourish again. I really, really do.
No, I'm with you. The thing, people want to bowl. People love to bowl. People love to watch bowling. Bowling's great.
Right.
Bowling's my favorite sport in the world. I mean, I don't understand how millions of people don't think the same thing. It's such a fascinating sport. It just captivates me completely. And I just think that, if we can just spend time trying to get other people captivated as well, man, they will. They will fall in love with it. We just have to talk about it in the right way. We just have to do the right things.
Right.
Make good
Right.
business decisions. But it will. I mean, it's a diamond in the rough, man. It's just sitting here waiting just to explode. And once it does, once somebody sees it and can do something about it, once something happens to where people start figuring out why we love the game so much,
Right.
it will. It really, really will. You just don't know when.
So we're gonna get a look at. We got 65 and 6 and 67 and 8 pulled up here. So we'll give you a quick rundown of who's on those pairs right now.
Looks like Chad Roberts there.
Yeah. So we got that pair is going to be Graham Faw, PBA national champion, Brian Robinson, Charles Easton, and Chad Roberts.
Wow.
It's a pretty good pair there. And then on the pair to the left of that, we got DeMarcus Flowers. We got collegiate champion Matt
Weber,
Russo.
Yeah.
We got Jeff Fair and Norman Rusk. So we'll get you over to that pair here in just a minute as well.
I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to say Chad Roberts bowls really, really well. He has an end-over-end ball roll. He doesn't like to open his angles
ball
too
doesn't
much.
change direction
No,
a
it
lot.
doesn't.
Yeah. He's still
like it.
fighting a little bit of a knee issue.
Is he?
Yeah. He's been he's still, with me living in Dayton now, I see him quite a bit because he's only an hour away, and I see him at a lot of events and stuff, and he's still fighting a knee issue, but he's always there. He's always going to be competitive, and he's always going to have a chance to win.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a great player. I mean, that whole pair is from Ohio, right?
Yeah, Charles from Toledo, Chad's from Columbus. Brian Robinson's actually from West Virginia.
Yeah.
And then Graham is from Canada but went to school at Urbana and lives in Ohio now.
Cool. Did you see the pattern they laid out for the PWBA? Four people or plus.
Yeah. Well, I
love it.
actually had that pulled up a second ago. This is this is after the Cashers round. So they've cut to 12 now, and after 18 games, 77 under is 12.
Wow.
And there are 5 people plus now, but look at the gap in the scores.
Oh yeah, sure.
I mean, it is crazy.
Man.
And I got to give a shout out to Brandy Branca,
Yeah,
who bowled
no.
105 over today.
Rooting for her.
6.
She hasn't made a show yet, has she?
No, she hasn't, but
Man,
she's
she
in
is-
5th place right now, going into the group group match play.
She has gotten so much better. It's crazy how much better she's gotten from like last year, the year before, to the year
Right.
before, to when she was in college.
Continues.
Like, she's a
yeah.
great player now.
Yeah, she continues to get better. Absolutely.
Yep. But yeah, it's like what is it, 40 feet flat, basically the bear of the U.S.
2 to
Open.
2. Yeah, it's 40 feet. What it is it's the U.S. Open pattern from like 02, 03. And were you bowling then?
No,
yeah,
no.
that. I will tell you the U.S. Open in I want to say it was 03 maybe 04. It was in Fountain Valley, California. Hardest tournament I've ever bowled in my life.
Really?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Is that the one that Osku made the show? When
Yes,
he was like
it was.
20?
It was Oscu's very first show.
Wow,
Yes,
I remember.
Yes.
I remember being 2002. I was 12, and I watched bowling every
Right.
Sunday, and I remember seeing him throw a shot like halfway down the lane over the gutter. And that's the first time I've ever seen anything like that.
right. And it was. I bowled that event. It was literally I did not cash in that. I missed cashing by less than 30 pins, and I was like 100 under. And I felt like it was one of the best events I ever bowled, and I was
Yeah.
100 under. They
Isn't
were
that-
so hard.
Isn't that cool? Isn't that a neat experience though?
Dick,
Just gives you a break.
shout out Dick Allen. Scores are so low, it's awesome. Almost like the stop your mom won. Yes, my mom won her national tour title in 1979 in Greenville, South Carolina. She averaged 194 and
Wow.
won the tournament.
Wow. Your mom was a great bowler?
Yeah, it was very
neat.
good.
That's neat.
We were actually the first mother and son ever to have professional titles.
That's really cool. That's really, really cool.
And I'll give the shout out to Scott and Virginia Norton because they since have joined us in that.
Yeah, that's neat. That's something you don't think that would ever happen growing up, and then it happens. You're like, yeah, that's really cool.
It's very cool. We won in 20 years apart. Exactly 20 years apart. She
Same.
won in 79, I won in 99.
Wow.
Hey guys, this is a good opportunity for a reset. I'll do this one, and Dave, you can do the next one at the beginning of the next game. You're watching the 2017 Logo Infusion InsideBowling.com Open. This squad brought to you by Ebonite, brands of Ebonite International sponsoring this event. We'd like to thank the Kegel Corporation also for coming in and putting down the lane condition for us. I want to thank Doug Dukes for coming in town and sacrificing his weekend. We're talking things over. I'm Mike Flanagan from InsideBowling.com, joined by Brad Miller and Dave Wodga from Ebonite International. And you're watching this game number 3 here right in front of us. We've got lanes 65 through 68 up for you. We've got 108 bowlers on this sold-out squad. We do have another squad coming up tonight at 7 o'clock. It's the D squad. And that can fill as well at 108 entries.
Which I may be bowling. We'll see.
Why wouldn't you?
Oh,
You're here, right?
I know.
Why wouldn't you bowl?
Oh, man. Eventually it's going to click. I'm going to bowl all these squads, and one of these times I'm just going to run them over and be like, glad I bowled all those squads.
That's what happened for me in this event last year. I bowled I bowled the Friday night squad, and I want to say I bowled, and I don't remember, but I was around 90 over, 100 over, which ended up being enough to make it.
But you didn't know at the time.
But I came back in and bowled on Saturday morning again, and I bowled like 240 over, and I was in great position to be in the top 12. So, again, we go. It's like paying for a practice session.
Exactly. Yep, and then if you go in to win a tournament, it's just a memory you'll have for the rest of your life.
Right.
And you're glad you did it, and that, in the grand scheme of
This
things.
is a pretty important event, man. It'd be pretty cool to win this event.
Absolutely.
It's a big event. Just look around at the field.
I know.
Look at the field, and you've got PBA national champions bowling. You've got every top level amateur.
Everyone in the Midwest.
From within 6 hours of here that's bowling. You've got guys from the West Coast that have flown in to bowl. Got the younger guys that are coming up that you've seen on TV. AJ Chapman's bowling.
Yep. Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Not good.
I think we're having a little weather issue again.
So
we're
we
right,
have a blackout on some pairs.
Yeah.
We've lost some scores.
Of course, it's the pairs right in front of us.
How do you feel about this, Mike?
But we're still
live.
We're still live.
Yeah, that's the most important thing.
Yeah.
We didn't go down.
No,
so
we've we've lost some scoring, which they'll get back up here in a second. But
Do a file
we're still
save.
we're still going.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that was. I thought for sure we were going off air. I thought for sure we were off air.
Is it raining that bad?
It's raining in. Hallelujah. It's raining in.
I hope.
No, I don't know what's going on. No, it's not that bad.
It's supposed to be gorgeous tomorrow, thankfully. Don't have to drive in the rain anymore.
That would be
Which
good.
is a pain.
We're good, Mike. Thanks.
And they just come back on like nothing happened.
Yeah. Scores came back up.
Technology.
We're good to go.
So what do you?
Let's go. Let's check out this other pair and let's see who we've got on this pair. We've got. Okay, so on 61 through 64, we're going to take a look at on 61 and 62 is Billy Goodman, Brett Shepard, Matt Gasson, boom doubles champion from last weekend,
Yeah.
and Chris Seyfarth. And then on 63 and 64, we've got Nate Garcia, Mikey Schleybaugh, Ken Galitsky, and Kenny Ryan. Kenny Ryan, Junior Team USA.
Yeah. Very cool.
So again, talking about the field, here we go again with you got 8 guys, and you know who all of them are.
And they're all capable of winning.
Right.
All capable of winning.
Right. You've got so many people in this field that are capable of winning the event.
I know. That's the crazy part.
One more reason that it makes this event so cool to win.
Yeah. I hope it keeps going.
The staff here, Mark Shook and the staff here at Western Bowl have been fantastic. When Mike had approached us, talked to me about it, and I'm like, well, my first thought was bringing it here when he approached me about it. And I have the guys from H2M Management, Dylan Murphy, Steve Harmon, Nick Hoagland, those guys. I approached them and I'm like, hey, they have a really good connection with Mark here at Western. I said, what about this place? And here we are.
When Kyle and I first walked in the door last night, there was a guy standing at the counter, and it was raining, and we were running our balls in, and we were wet and everything, and we were just trying to get everything in. And he goes, "You guys here for the bowling tournament?" We're like, "Yes." And he goes, "Okay, high side." And then we're kind of getting all our stuff together, and he goes, "I want to thank you guys for bowling the tournament." I was like, "I want to thank you for having us."
It's probably Mark Shook.
And then I introduced myself.
Yeah.
I said, "I'm Brad," and he goes, "I'm Mark. Nice to meet you." And I'm like, "Cool." And then when we were in the paddock doing our meeting. Flanagan introduced him as Mark, and the manager and the guy that's the most important guy for this tournament. He's allowing us to have.
He's such a good guy, such a promoter of bowling in general and tournaments and the sport of bowling.
Yeah.
They run a couple of really good leagues here. Us at Ebonite International actually involved in a couple leagues here through Mark, and they're just really good about promoting bowling.
Yeah.
And all the Royal Pin centers are. Woodland, we bowled the Masters at Woodland. We've had the TSC at Woodland. We had a tour stop there for 20 years. And I don't doubt for 1 minute that we would be going back there at some point.
Yeah, the centers are just top notch. I mean, look at this. Look what just happened. We had a blackout on the screen,
and
a minute
nothing.
later, everything's fine.
Right, nothing. Yeah, they're really good. They've remodeled all of their centers. They're the most modern centers you'll ever see. They just do a fantastic job.
Yeah, they take pride in people wanting to come to Indianapolis to bowl.
Right. And it's a good location. I am sure, I'm sure Mike's already talked to them about next year, and I don't have any doubt in my mind that we would come back.
Yep.
The facility's top notch.
Indianapolis as a whole is a great location just for bowling, like geography-wise.
It is centrally located.
It is perfect.
Yeah, centrally located. You're 3.5 hours from St. Louis?
Yeah, roughly.
3.5 hours from St. Louis, and you can get here from Pittsburgh in roughly 5.
Yeah.
So
and what, Detroit's what, 5?
From here?
Yeah.
Oh, no, 3.5.
3.5?
Yeah.
Okay.
Detroit's 3.5. You can get it anywhere in Kentucky in 2.5 hours.
Yeah, it's a lot of bowlers coming out of college always talk about where they would live if they want to bowl for a living, at least for a couple of years, or give it a shot or whatever.
Right.
And Indy is definitely.
And Indy's had a couple people move. They get bowlers moving here all the time.
Yeah.
I know a couple of the women have moved here and actually working at the Royal Pin Centers now. So it's pretty cool. They do a great job. Who is on lane 64? That is,
Nate Garcia.
I don't know who that is. That getting up right now is Mikey Schleybaugh. I'd have to look.
Is that Gaston's pair? Yeah, I think that might be Gaston. No, that's not Gaston.
No, that is not. That's Nate Garcia, Kenny Ryan, Ken Galitsky, and Mikey Schleybaugh.
I only know
Mikey,
Garcia and...
Mikey's a young guy. You know Mikey at all?
Huh.
He's from like the South Bend area of Indiana. He's bowled every regional for about a year and a half now. I don't even think he's 21 yet. I think he's
Really?
19 or 20 years
So
old.
he wants
He's
to play.
He's making his name. He's made some cuts. Doing really well. You know,
Yeah.
his family supports him. They're here all the time with him, and he's doing very well.
Yeah, that's really neat. That's really the best way you can improve is just get out there. And bowl.
Absolutely.
I mean, you can sit there. I mean, I always preach, if you want to be great, you're gonna have to spend some hours at the bowling alley. But for the most part, practicing and competing are two completely different animals. And
Absolutely.
you can practice all day and not compete
Right.
very well, and so you really just got to get out there and just see what it's like. Get some situations where you're kind of nervous. And then once you start to break through in some situations where you're nervous, or you build confidence in being able to throw good shots when you need it, and you start beating quality players, and your confidence just shoots up, and then you eventually feel that you're a player. And
Right.
So
Right.
you just got to get out there and compete. You just got to watch what people do, just kind of absorb it, and then just learn.
This
Go
is
back
one
and
of those
practice.
things that, like you can practice as much as you want at home, like you were
Yeah.
saying. Until you get out and compete, you can never recreate the transitions that
No.
happen
Yeah.
when you're actually in competition. Because when you go home and practice,
Yep.
you don't throw spare balls down the lane.
Yep.
You don't have guys playing all over the lane.
Yep.
You don't have all these different styles. And we've tried it as a group, the EBI players, as a group, we've tried it at the World Series.
Mm-hmm.
We all go out there 2 days early, and we all bowl, and we all try to break the lanes down.
It still doesn't.
And it still does not recreate what actually happens in the heat of competition and when we're bowling.
Yeah, I was telling some guys in Kansas City that I bowl league with, and they were asking me if the patterns on tour are really that hard, and because I say that if you average 230 on tour for a tournament, or a 220. That's phenomenal.
It's phenomenal.
But it's not necessarily because the patterns are just flat or so difficult. It's because the transition can be so crazy.
Right.
Going to a pair that Belmo was on, or going to a pair that Urethane was on,
Right.
or going to a pair that just, you just have to pay attention. And there's a lot of times where you'll start off, you'll go to a pair, and they're completely different. You have to have like a different ball or a different line or whatever, and it'll take you 6 or 7 frames to get used to it or to get lined up or whatever. And the best bowlers always figure out a way to come out with 2-0, and then they get to a pair where that's a little better, they're a little more familiar with the line they have to play, and then they shoot 250. So they're shooting 2-0 on a bad pair with the back 5, and then they shoot 250 on a good pair, and they're 50 over.
Right.
When a more amateur player would be like even.
At
You know what I mean?
best.
And
At best.
it's not necessarily
Right.
just because the pattern's flat difficult. It's just because the difference in lanes and the difference in pairs
Right.
and the
You're
difference
paying
in
attention-
services and balls.
Yeah,
And,
you're paying attention to the transitions, who you're following,
I mean, that's
what's going on, what balls people are throwing in front of you. That makes a huge difference now.
yeah. It's
Especially with the recent influx of everybody throwing urethane
I know,
again.
which is crazy.
It's crazy.
I never would have thought that would happen.
And I mean, I'm guilty of it too. The TSC and the Masters, I didn't throw anything but urethane.
I know. I mean, the Masters was a big one. A lot of people throw urethane at the Masters.
Right. And the TSC was, I had an okay look with everything else, but
the
my
urethane
best
looked
look
better.
was with urethane.
So you have to throw it.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's, the Masters, the pattern was fairly difficult. It was,
Right. And people thought it looked easy, and it
no, the middles were
wasn't.
flat.
Yeah.
The middles were flat.
It was not easy.
And so, when that happens, the urethanes nowadays are soft. So, they actually create a little bit of shape. You don't have to be so dead tight with them. You can actually shape them a little bit.
Right.
So, but the urethane, I mean, everyone has it in their bag now. Everyone. And I'm the guy who never throws urethane. I've probably thrown urethane a total of 3 times in my life. So a tournament like the Masters, if you don't have urethane, imagine the situation. So the people throwing urethane, the only thing they really have to deal with, as long as they're throwing urethane, is the other urethane making it a little tighter, and generally it's just like a 1 or 2 or 3 right.
Well, and that's the thing, that the moves with urethane were so much smaller.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And if you're throwing reactive and everyone else is throwing urethane, then not only do you have to face your own transitions a little bit and try and play the middle part of the lane, you have to face urethane. And so now you're having to deal with shapes and moves left and moves right and different pairs, and then the urethane guys are keeping similar angles, small moves, and also playing defense.
Right.
So they're not playing defense against other urethane; they're playing defense against guys throwing reactive. So it almost becomes necessary to throw reactive,
right,
or to throw urethane.
Right. Yeah. Patrick thinks the urethane play is a cop out, and
I mean,
I'm gonna have to disagree a little bit. I mean, as a player in the heat of competition, when you're bowling a singles event, again, it's a singles event. You're not bowling a team event.
Yeah,
you're not bowling for the people behind you that are following you. You're gonna throw what you think's gonna give you the best chance to make the cut or the best chance to win.
Yeah.
So it's not a cop out. It's what you think is the best look for you. And you know what? If the people following behind you can't pay attention to that, or they choose to complain about that, then that's their problem.
Yeah, and if the pattern's playing hard, what's easier to shoot 2-0 with? You know, a ball that likes to go sideways or a little more sideways, and you're playing the flat part of the pattern, or straight angles, small moves.
I think that's why so much urethane went down the lane at the Masters.
Oh, absolutely.
Because the pattern was so flat, you wanted to take 150 out of play.
Yeah.
You bowl 190, you bowl 2-0.
Yep.
You get through the first 2 or 3 games. At that point, you know, you're in a rhythm with urethane. You know what it's doing.
Yeah.
There wasn't any reason to change at that point.
No, I agree. So I mean, is it a cop out? I don't know what your definition of a cop out is, but it's definitely a grind decision. Like, okay, I just want to get 2-0 for these couple games, or maybe 210 or 220. You know, I think I have a better chance of playing straight angles now.
Right.
What would you rather do? Flatten your wrist and trying to get your ball to hit, or would you rather stay aggressive and still play up 10?
Right.
You would rather stay aggressive because that's what we naturally like to do.
Right. That's kind of like, as a player, I always need to throw what is going to make me the most comfortable.
Yeah.
And I tend to grab it. I always have. I have probably more grip pressure than anybody in bowling. I grab it. There's no doubt about it. So if I got to throw urethane because I can grab it and get away with it, then that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, exactly. Like, for example, not United Revolt, the Revolt Havoc, the purple ball that Motive makes. It's the slowest ball we've made, and I'm willing to say it's almost the slowest ball in the market. And it's hard to throw at times. It really is. But when you need something slow that gives you a little bit miss in and it allows you to stay aggressive with it, it's hard to beat.
Right.
It kind of plays the same thing as urethane without like the urethane defense. It allows you to play straighter angles, stay aggressive with it, and that is so much more comfortable for a person to do than trying to fight the middles. For example, this tournament right here, this pattern right here, the middles are flat.
They are flat.
The thing is urethane doesn't look as good as it did at the Masters.
And with that's where I got tricked yesterday with the middles being so flat. I perceived that playing out was going to be the way to get through those first couple games, and that's where I got trapped last night.
Yeah.
And I was 100 under after 3 games.
Yep.
Like, I mean, I wasn't even in the building, and that's why I just came in with a different game plan today. And I had a urethane ball in my bag today. I threw it 2 or 3 shots in practice, and it didn't look right. The thing with urethane now, you know right away if it's right or not.
Yes.
There's
exactly.
no question about it. If you throw it, if it doesn't look right away, it's not right.
You need to get out of it immediately. You
Right.
just don't even throw it another shot. We have an update on scores.
So we got a 2-game update, and we'll run through the top 5 with you real quick on this C squad. Sean Bibby with 503 the first 2. Ken Abner 496. Greg Young 496. Chad Roberts, who we were just talking about, with 491, and Jimmy Cook with 484. So some decent scores, but again, nobody
Yeah.
really.
I was thinking Greg Young would be a little more.
Right.
100
So
over
let's
for
see.
two.
We've got 46 out of 108 that are plus, but only 38 of them are more than 10 over. So
Right,
again,
right.
the scoring pace as a whole is about the
The
same.
ratio is the same.
But we've got a lot of people bowling this squad, so there's more people bowling good. But here, let's go outside the top 5, and here's where we get the gaps. 6th place is Ari Wilson at 78. 7th, Michael Holloman at 77. 8th, Nick Crummell at 72. 9th goes down to 55.
yeah, that's
At Chris Hill and Chris Vi. And then one more spot, and it goes down to 46. So we're already, after only 2 games, we're seeing a little bit of gap there. And that's exactly what happened on the other 2 squads, too. The gaps were just bigger because there was less people
less
bowling.
people. Yeah, like I think the final standings after the first 2 squads, I think there's 7 guys at 100 over, maybe a couple guys sprinkled in there like 80, 90, 70, 60, and then it's like
12th, yeah, like 13th is like 30. Yeah, I mean, there's a huge gap there.
And I think the next 2 games might be the easiest they play.
Right.
So I think scores might be high the next 2 games, and then we'll see. We don't know what's going to happen 5, 6, 7. It's kind of interesting.
Just reading the chat here, we're gonna answer this.
Jacob Klein, throwing a urethane ball doesn't guarantee any score. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, it could backfire as well. But the thing is if it looks bad immediately, it's one of those things where you just gotta get rid of it. Like, if urethane isn't rolling good, or if you 2-pin and then it kind of goes to the nose and leaves whatever, then it for sure probably isn't the right ball. The thing is guys like to throw it longer than they should.
Right.
But
with today's lane patterns and Kegel and Brunswick and USBC and all the people that are coming up with lane patterns, and they're going back to making them harder and harder and harder.
I like it.
And the harder you make them, the more controllable you need your break point, which is why urethane comes into play. I mean, again, you can call it what you want, and you don't have to be a fan of it, but it is what it is. As a tournament bowler, you almost have to have it in your bag now.
What about, on the other side of it, what about the ball companies? Do you think the ball companies want their staffers to throw urethane? Do you think it potentially hurts ball sales in other areas of the line?
I think if it was rampant where everybody threw urethane all the time, then maybe. But understand, even as we're talking about throwing it with the exception of the Masters.
Yeah.
The Masters was a completely different animal, and it was an anomaly.
Yeah.
With the exception of that event, urethane is good for a game or two, and then it's generally no good anymore. At that point, you generally need something that shapes down the lane. So I think it's okay, with that. And as a manufacturer, as a sales guy, I get a lot of questions about it, but it's the same thing. That's why we make it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, we as Hammer, we have a purple urethane and a black urethane. I mean, we make 2 urethane balls for that reason.
Yep.
Because there is a place for it. Are we going to sell tens of thousands of them? No. But the tournament bowlers are all going to have one.
Sure.
Because if you bowl in different venues, on different patterns, in all kinds of different things, you're going to have one in your bag at some point.
Yeah. Yeah. And the Masters, I think the format has something to do with urethane being thrown too, because it's match play one-on-one and the defense effect
Yes. And even the qualifying rounds are short rounds.
Yeah.
They're only 5 games.
Yeah.
So you're
not bowling on a lot of burn.
You can't, in an 8-game round, it's okay once in a while if you give up a game or two. In a 5-game round, you can't give up 2 games because you only got 3 games left.
Mm-hmm.
So the shorter the round is, the more important that becomes.
Yes, exactly. Yep. And another thing is the amount of power that the players have nowadays. they struggle more so playing. Well, the amount of power that they can create and how strong the bowling balls are now, it becomes more difficult and more difficult to play the right part, like the right side of the lane, up the lane with really, really strong balls now and being able to generate more power.
Right.
So urethane just falls right into their wheelhouse. Like, it allows them to do what they want to do. They want to hit the ball because that's, a lot of people think that's what you need to do to keep up with Belmo and EJ. And the best bowlers in the world oftentimes have a lot of rev rates, so that's what players are starting to do nowadays. And they're starting to lose the touch of playing up 5, and urethane allows them to do exactly what they like to do.
Urethane allows, and again, not a cop-out, but urethane allows them to do what they like to do and give them the ball shape that they need.
Exactly. Yep. So we're wrapping up game 3 now, or no? What?
Yeah, we're
game 3.
Yeah, we're wrapping up game 3. We're gonna take a quick look here.
The star pair, 223 was the leader, 201, 200, and 183. So even a really, really good pair on 67 and 68.
Yeah, we'll go over. And
low
look
is
at the
183,
scores
high is 223.
And that was the Charles Easton, Chad Roberts, Brian Robinson, Graham Fobb pair, where you had no games over 223.
I think Kyle Sherman is now coming on to the yes. We get to watch Kyle.
Do we get Kyle on the live stream pair this time?
Yeah.
6, 7, and 8.
All right, that pair hooks, by the way. Move left. He's playing 6 arrow. Gosh, he always plays 6 arrow. You want to know a perfect example of losing the touch to play up 5 is Kyle Sherman.
but yet, ironically enough, he threw urethane and bowled 298 the first game of doubles at Nationals.
Yes, sir, he did.
Throwing urethane.
Prime example. Oh, it's funny. I've been giving him a hard time all week. His last 2 blocks have been bad, but he's creating too much rotation. His ball's going too sideways.
Is he getting too much off the side?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
that's you were talking about your ball goes sideways. The more you get off the side of it, the more sideways it goes. And when you get on these flatter patterns, you actually need to learn how to get up the back of it a little bit.
Exactly.
And although urethane can help that, if you get around urethane with the modern day urethanes, they still hook.
I know.
So you still have to kind of learn how to get up the back of it.
And it's kind of tricky because when you watch guys like Belmo bowl or EJ bowl, it looks like they're hooking the whole lane, or their ball might be going sideways, or the reason they bowl so well in flat patterns is because they open up their angles all the way to the gutter and it comes back. But what's really happening is their ball is just rolling earlier, slower than everyone else's.
Right.
They're not getting around it. They're not creating these insane angles. Their ball's actually just rolling earlier than everyone else's.
Right, and that's one of the things that I think the average bowler, one of the new terms that we use on tour now is getting your ball to slow down.
Yes.
Because on our patterns, you have to get your ball to slow down.
Yep.
Early.
Yep. Early
in the block, you've got to get your ball to slow down. So, and I'll use a couple examples from last year, like Tommy Jones making the show on the Cheetah with a Tyrant.
Yeah.
It's our most aggressive ball.
Yep.
But it's because it slowed down before the end of the pattern, he could make it look right.
Exactly.
And you see that a lot. Bill O'Neill made that show throwing the same ball. We're throwing our most aggressive balls
on the shortest
of patterns because we're trying to get them to slow down.
To get it to roll out, yeah.
Because if you take a shiny, less aggressive ball on that short pattern, well, then it shoots through the front, and then it literally looks like somebody kicks it.
Yep.
And it's uncontrollable.
When I was the first cut I ever made on tour, I was a free agent. It was my first year on tour, and I was crossing with Blanchard, and a lot of his stuff was drilled pin over ring, and maybe a little closer to his pap than that. And a lot of my stuff was drilled farther away. And we were discussing drilling a bowling ball for the semifinals, and he was talking about some of the drillings he wanted me to use, and he wanted me to drill over my ring or a little closer to my pap, and his reasoning is if you drill it closer to your pap, if it goes a little more forward, you could actually stay more aggressive with it and not have to worry about it overhooking. So you could actually hit it harder, and it's not going to go farther left. So you could essentially take that design out of play.
Right.
You know, the Greek church out of play.
Right.
And which is incredibly important. And learning that angle, learning the forward motion, getting your ball to roll and almost roll out is incredibly important because it really allows you, you can hit it as hard as you want. You know, a lot of people think revs is a big deal. Well, it is. But, you also have to have the right ball shape, too. So you could almost hit it as hard as you want, and it's not just going to just curve off the pattern. It's going to roll out even more.
Right.
And so that allows people to stay aggressive as well. And so that's what I've been working on. When I first signed with Motive, I was using a lot of, like, really far-inch pins, and I was trying to work on opening my angles and trying to play these big angles, and I wasn't doing very well. And so now I'm starting to put every ball I have right now with me has a weight hole in it. It's a little closer to mine because I'm just trying to keep the ball more in front of me. And the stronger you drill it, the better it allows you to do it. What was that? Was it Brooklyn? Kyle's first shot on the camera was Brooklyn.
So we're getting into game 4 now. Good time to say thank you to our sponsors, Logo Infusion, Ebonite International, the InsideBowling.com Open presented by them. Brad Miller,
Yeah.
Dave Wadka in the booth.
Yeah, man. Glad to be here.
Thanks for joining us tonight. And Mike Flanagan's around here somewhere, leaving it to us. So
Yeah.
I don't know. He'll join at some point again.
Brandon Allred and Ken Keegan are in the house doing their thing. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
I know Ken's been in the booth a little bit this
Yeah.
week. We appreciate everything they're doing for us.
I think this is the first time I've met Ken, and he's just a really happy-go-lucky guy. He's really cool to be around. He just smiles and has fun and talks to people, and I don't know, he's great at what he does.
We're here at Western Bowl for the 2017 InsideBowling.com Open. We're in Game 4 of C Squad, and we'll get you a third game update here as quick as we can. We're looking at lanes 61 through 64 right now, and I'll let you know momentarily who is on those pairs.
I recognize the way that guy throws it, but I don't know his name.
Okay, here we go. On 61 and 62, we've got Dan Hochstein, Vince Tomley, Chris Hill, and Andrew Tomley. On 63 and 64, we got a little bit of a superstar pair coming over here with Dan Higgins, Matt Staninger, Jason Hester, and Frank Snodgrass.
All right.
So we'll got some players on that pair. And then on our other featured pairs, we've got 65 through 68. We've got Chris Hester, Riley Smith, Tom Hess, and Jamie Simpson. And then on 67 and 8, we're going to be looking at Doug Henry, major champion Anthony Simonson, Brian Halen, and your roommate and good buddy Kyle Sherman.
180 coming at you. No, Kyle's a great player, man. I love bowling with him. We bowled doubles together now for a year or two, and I don't know. I just enjoy it. We bowl really, really good together.
That's important when you bowl doubles events. You talked about the doubles in Maine, and I got my longtime roommate and best friend out of retirement to bowl that event with me.
Couch?
Yeah. He came up there and bowled the event with me, and we had it going for a little bit. We made a nice run the second day. We actually were in the cut with a couple to go and caught a bad pair. Didn't bowl very good the last two, but it was like 1999 revisited there for a little while.
That's so cool.
And bowling doubles with somebody is you can bowl really good as a doubles team, even though you may not be the two best players in the field.
Exactly.
It's a little more. And same thing with a team event. When we bowled with the Philly Hitmen up there, Couch drafted that team because of who was bowling together.
Yes.
4 out of the 5 of us bowl together every weekend.
Yep.
So that's kind of how he drafted the team, and it's so the importance of the camaraderie.
Oh, it's everything.
In a doubles or a team event is so important. People don't realize that.
Yeah, last week at the Boom, my emotions were everywhere. I hadn't been bowling terribly great, and I was really frustrated, and we were both kind of frustrated because we really had high expectations, and we weren't bowling very well. Well, anyway, I was kind of like, kind of upset, frustrated. I think people tuning into the stream last week could see that, and Kyle was great about it because he was very upfront. If I made a mistake, tell me I made a mistake. If I was being out of whack, told me I was being out of whack and to calm down, and
Right.
like you just honesty, just tell me how it is. I don't care how bad of a mood I am.
Right.
Tell me. Like don't beat around the bush. Don't be scared to say anything. And I do the same thing with him. If he threw a bad shot, if he's being a baby, if he's doing whatever,
Right.
that's causing him to do something else that isn't okay. This is what it is. Let's get through it. And you know what I mean? Like
That's what makes a good doubles team too. When you can be honest with each other,
Yeah.
and you feel like you can say whatever you need to say
Exactly.
to
At
make
any
it get
time.
better at any time. Like you're not going to offend anybody. You're not going to.
Yep.
You guys are a team.
Yep.
You're bowling together. You're both working for the same goal.
Yep.
You got to have a little bit of thick skin.
Oh yeah.
Understand that it's not personal.
Yep.
But if he's acting like he's acting, you got to go, hey, what are you doing?
Yep.
Stop.
Exactly.
We got work to do
Yep.
here.
And it's difficult because it's a different animal because you're not only bowling for yourself, you're bowling for your partner as well. And so if you're bowling bad, it's not just you, it's someone else. So there could be a feeling of like, more frustrations can come into play, a little bit of insecurity, a little bit of disappointment, on another level, whereas in singles event, it's just you and you can take care of
Right.
yourself. But in doubles, you kind of feel sorry for your partner if you're bowling bad. And,
Right.
and those things you just got to wipe away. It does not matter who bowls bad, if we bowl bad, if we bowl great, whatever. At the end of the day, that's our score. Tomorrow
Right.
we wake up and we give it another go.
You bowl good as a team, you bowl bad as a team.
Yeah.
And that's the, you watch the PBA League on TV. That is, and I made my share of shows, but the league shows are absolutely the hardest shows we bowl because you're throwing one shot
I know.
every like 12 or 13 minutes. You get no practice. You're throwing one shot every like 15 minutes. And you got 4 other guys counting on you every time you get on the lane. That is actually a really hard thing to do.
Isn't it? I used to tell people, and this is on a much smaller scale, but college bowling is the same way. Not, all of a sudden, you're now throwing strikes. Like you're standing on the approach, getting ready to throw the shot, and you have 7 guys standing right behind you, hoping you strike. That's a different feeling.
It is.
I mean, that's
absolutely.
And I tell people, like, if you really want to get good at bowling, if you really want to understand the pressure side of things, and go bowl for a college.
Right. Go by.
It's
And
a
that I
different
never had
animal.
that. I when I grew up, collegiate bowling is not what it is now. It was not
Sure,
what it is
sure,
now. When
yeah.
I grew up, like I started bowling on tour when I was 19.
Yep.
I never bowled for a college or anything because that was the thing
Well,
to do
it
back then.
was more common
Back then,
Yeah,
that was
absolutely.
the thing to do. Now, college bowling is where it is, and it absolutely teaches you
Yeah.
things that you can't learn anywhere else.
Yeah. Yep.
And if you notice, like some of the guys on the PBA League that went through the college program, and even some of the women, Danielle McEwen,
Yeah.
Marshall Kent,
They excel.
John Zerbinski.
Yep.
Those people excel in that format
Yep.
because they've done it.
Yep.
And to me, for me personally, that's one of the hardest formats I bowl in every year.
When I at some point in time, I had a conversation with Pete about the PBA League and his team and everything, and I think it was the first year, maybe the second year that it was put together, and I asked him how it was and yada yada, and he goes, "Yeah, but they had me bowling 5th." And I was like, "Oh, that's where you should
Where you're
be."
supposed to bowl.
And he goes, No. See, I can throw a strike for myself, but I can't throw a strike for other people."
It's different.
And I'm like, the invincible Pete Weber,
It's different.
it
Absolutely.
is.
You look at our team, and Tom Smallwood bowled anchor on our team.
Yeah.
Because Tom Smallwood's fearless.
Dude, he's clutch.
He's just
great.
fearless.
He's
you don't.
great.
You don't. Nothing phases that guy.
I know.
That's why he bowled anchor. Like, if you're bowling in the PBA League, everybody on your team can be an anchor bowler.
Exactly. It's
Nobody.
the cream of the crop.
Nobody didn't earn their way there. Everybody deserves to be
Exactly.
there. So anybody on the team can be anchor. But when it really comes down to throwing a shot, when you need it for your whole team,
It's different.
it's different.
It is.
It's absolutely different.
Yep. And sometimes it's not the star guy. Sometimes it isn't.
So, I mean, you look at our team and you go, well, Don Barrett's going to be anchor.
Well, you don't know.
You know what? Don Barrett's a top 5 guy in the world.
Yeah. Yep.
Tom Smallwood came through when we needed him.
Exactly.
You know, it's just it's a completely different animal, and I wish there was more of it.
Yeah,
and I think every one of us that bowls on tour wishes there was more of it, because it's something so different from the norm that we're used to. You know, like you said, Pete, you're used to throwing a shot for yourself.
Yeah.
There's nobody else involved. It's you.
Yep.
And it is different when there's 4 other guys standing behind you going, all right, come on, we need this.
Yeah. And, the PBA League consists of the greatest bowlers in the world. There's obviously a lot of ego there. And some people may take offense, and I don't know who this would be, but I'm sure there's someone out there who doesn't want to bowl 4th because that's not what the best do, or something along that lines. You know what I mean? Like it's a hit at their ego a little bit. Like they don't want to bowl 2 or 3 hole or 4 hole.
And
or
you know what's
like
funny? If you look at the 8 teams in the PBA League, I don't think anybody cared where they bowled.
See, and that's phenomenal.
And
that's great.
Because again, you're talking about 40 of the best bowlers in the world. They can all bowl any position in the lineup, wherever you want them to bowl. I mean, I would have never thought Ronnie was going to be our leadoff guy.
Yeah.
But he was.
Yeah.
And he made great shots every time. You know, it's to me, if I look at the team, I go, Ronnie's like a 3rd or 4th guy, but as we bowled and as we got to know each other, and he became the leadoff guy.
Yep.
So it's a different atmosphere, and when you learn everybody and when you learn how everybody meshes, it becomes a whole different thing.
Now, every year, you get to keep 2 people and pick 3? 3.
You get to keep 3, pick 2.
Pick 2, okay.
Yeah. So our team this year was only one different. Jason Couch is our manager. He kept Dom, Chris Lowshedder, and Smallwood. And then last year it was Rhino Page and myself.
Oh, you guys had first pick and picked Ronnie, didn't you?
So he had first pick, and he picked Ronnie, and then chose me with the last pick in the draft.
Nice.
So we had 4 out of the 5 members back this year.
Yeah, that's really cool. I'm sure things can change like throughout the years, losing 2 guys and having to pick up 2 guys.
It's tough. I mean, there's not a lot of guys even that have been on the same team all 5 years.
I know, yeah. Well, it's like that one year, the Kingpins won Pete's team, and then they lost Tommy. If I remember right, they win the thing. They lose Tommy, and then they lose somebody else who was on the team, and then those 2 guys go and bowl with Barnes
and won.
Wes,
and they won,
and then they win again, right?
Yeah. Tommy's actually been on the winning team 4 out of the 5 years.
Seriously?
He's been on 3 different teams, and he's been on the winning team 4 out of the 5 years.
Wow, that's epic.
And
I wish.
And he's bowled anchor every time.
Seriously? Well, when he bowled for Team USA, or he still does, but there was a year, 2 years ago or whatever, that they were in. I forget where they were, but they were. It came down to USA
in Korea. Yeah, absolutely. That was at the World Championships.
To the 10th frame, and Tommy had to throw one for the win, and he aces it and leaves a 10-pin. And I can remember Barnes had a tweet out shortly after, and he goes, "Man, that was fun, close call. Tommy is awesome."
No one you'd rather have throw it for the wheat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that coming from Barnes means Tommy can bring the heat, man.
Yeah. Tommy had a little hiccup at the TSC this year, and it's going to happen to everybody. But
he's had some bad years in his career. But
over the course of his career, when he's gotten up in the 10th and needed it, there haven't been very many better than him.
I know. Which is cool.
I mean, really when it comes, he certainly has won half the number of times of a Norm or a Pete or anybody like that. But when it comes down to one shot in the 10th frame, he's probably in that class.
Yeah.
Yeah,
definitely. When he won the Jonesboro, he's the defending champion.
Yeah,
of Jonesboro.
last year.
And he threw urethane in the final
on 43 feet.
And he didn't throw urethane any other game. I don't believe.
We're gonna hear about it being a cop out.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Exactly. He needed 2-0, and his balls didn't roll very good. So he
just kidding. Just kidding.
But that just goes to show you, like, you have one game for a PBA title. You haven't thrown urethane really at all. The pattern's brutal. It's 47 feet. It played almost flat. So he goes to urethane at like 4th arrow.
Right.
Who does that? And then wins. And I don't know. That's just great. Tommy's great. He's cool to watch. Definitely cool to watch. I see some pretty good scores. 63 and 64 has some good scores. Player 1 had 79 going, he just missed. And then the guy on the right lane.
So
just split. So that's the Black Cloud. All right, cool.
yeah, way to go. I'll tell you who those players exactly are is, let's see, 63 player 1 is going to be Dan Higgins. So he's now got a chance to shoot 250. He's at 230 pace.
He has that end over and ball roll that really could play well in this.
63 player 2 is Matt Staninger. He's on 180 pace right now. 64 player 1 is Jason Hester, who you just put the cloud on. I believe. Oh no, they have those backwards for some reason. That's actually Frank Snodgrass.
Okay, I was gonna say because I
that's Frank
recognize the way he
Snodgrass.
throws it.
So you put the cloud on my guy Snodgrass.
Yeah.
But still bowling an all right game. He's got a chance for 240.
Yeah. It's hard not to split on this. It's so easy
Tell
to
me
split,
about
man.
it. Tell me about it.
Looks like Simonson's struggling. Simonson, he's been playing a lot. So Kyle's throwing a Tyrant Pearl, which is a ball that, like, it's one of those balls for him that he loves in his hand because it feels good. Maybe it's right now, maybe it's not, but he's definitely throwing a Tyrant Pearl that he loves. But Simonson, he's been playing a lot straighter than he normally does. I've noticed last week he was throwing the heaters up 10.
Right.
This week he started throwing the heaters up 10. And he does it well. I mean, he's bowling fine. But I've just noticed he's been playing a lot straighter angles with slower balls. He's throwing like an Optimus Solid.
Which is odd because as a two-hander, you would think he's going the other way.
Yeah.
But, you know,
I mean, it just goes
again,
to show
it's all about angles.
Exactly. It just goes to
All
show you
about
that,
angles.
like, if the two-handers aren't hooking it, you know, and they're playing straighter angles, and
Dakota asked the question, Brad Angelo's there, and Randy Peterson described his ball roll as being voodoo. What does he mean by this? That's actually a really good question.
It is.
And there's a few guys like that. You know, I actually put Ryan Schaefer in that category.
Yes.
Ryan Schaefer's got voodoo roll. What that means is their ball does something on the lane that nobody else's does. It reads the lane completely different than everybody else. They can generally play a different part of the lane, use different balls.
Yep.
And you may see them playing a part of the lane that nobody else is playing because their ball roll allows them to do that.
yeah, if you were to go over and if Brad Angelo's bowling, which I believe he did today, and he's bowling again, so he must have fell off toward the end.
He bowled, he ended up about 80 over. He bowled like 170, 160 the last two.
Oh, man. Heck,
Yeah.
that's what I did. Or not really, but that's what I would
He
have
struggled. He was bowling just to the left of me, and he bowled about 340 or 350 the last two games.
Yeah, but it's like, so if he's bowling good and you go over there and you watch him, and his ball's shimming where most people's aren't, which is kind of like a soft, tilty ball roll to where he's not grabbing it, and say the middles are flat and there's some friction in there, and his ball isn't hooking off of it, it's actually shimming, and you go over and try and do it, and your ball goes Brooklyn, you know, it's because of the voodoo, like, you can't create that.
His ball roll, like, he's got tilt, but yet his ball never hooks early. It's just it is weird. That's why Randy refers to it as voodoo roll, because you would think, like, he plays in the part of the lane where there's friction, but his ball never hooks early.
Yep.
And it also doesn't go sideways.
Yeah.
So it's just really it's strange.
When the U.S. Open came back for the first time when USBC ran it, it was in Texas, like Euless or something. And in the semifinals, I bowled with Brad Angelo, and I think they took the top 60 or 70, and the next cut was 24. Well, we bowled on the same pair. I know, Dave's on it.
That's the only thing I was
He's
worried
great. You got a new guy.
So you brought up the C4 graphic?
I did. Obviously, you weren't listening.
No, I wasn't.
You
I
have
was-
your,
no,
you have your earpiece in, but you
I
obviously
had it
weren't
in for a
listening
little while.
because I brought us back in, talked about the sponsors.
Great, okay, wonderful.
You know, Flanagan's sneaky because he makes it seem like he works hard, but in reality, he just kind of like sneakily That's not even a word. But
Sneakily.
he
Yeah,
get-
that's
he-
good. Are
he
we
get-
going to get that into the dictionary?
You need to get the word delegate into what you're trying to
He
say.
gets people to sit down and do his job for him, and then he's like at the bar drinking a beer or something. This is what he does.
No, not really.
It's incredible.
No,
I mean,
Brad, there's so much stuff going on, part of master
Oh,
plans
here
behind
we
the scenes.
go.
No, I'm
Here
serious. All right, and I'll let the folks at home know.
I know. I'm just kidding. I'm just giving you a hard time.
So how do I delete that thing out of there?
Which one? The
That one.
right click, delete shot.
Perfect. Okay. I'm good. I don't need you anymore.
I'm going to tell you the behind the scenes.
I don't need you anymore.
This is the truth. Inside Bowling is contracted to do work with Ebonite International. We're part of their team. They are sponsoring Junior Gold this year. Okay?
Okay.
Myself and Kim are going to be running the social media for the whole event for the brands. They have asked, the USBC and Ebonite International has asked if we could supply our equipment to stream one of the divisions
Really?
there. I cannot lead the broadcast and be in charge of all the social media for the event.
So who's gonna?
So at this particular event, Dave Wadka is
Look at
being
that.
trained on how to be the play-by-play, bringing it in and out of breaks, and he'll sit with Bill O'Neill, and Dave Wadka will be the lead commentator. So I said at this event, Dave will spend time in the booth with a guest, just like if it was Bill O'Neill, and he would learn how to do all this. The only way he can do it is if I walk away for a little while. If I sit there and hold hands, it's not like throwing you in the fire.
Sure. Cool.
So that is what's happening right now, and
Hey,
it's working out perfectly.
We got through one game.
Yep.
Yeah, so this is great. It's wonderful. I
Almost
did listen for a while, and then it was so good that I just vegged out and listened to some other things. You got standings coming in, so I'm going to leave you
look at
alone.
this.
Hope the folks at home are enjoying the action.
All right, we got a 3-game update.
Let's look at number 1 on the list here.
And who were we just talking about?
yeah.
Chad Roberts. Chad Roberts at plus 114, Michael Holloman 112, BJ Moore,
BJ
part
Moore.
of the PBA League,
Yep.
young up-and-coming player.
Yep.
Man, he throws it good.
I wonder where he's playing.
Couple shows at the World Series this
Yeah,
year.
that's neat.
He's 95
breakthrough.
over. Sean Bibby, 93. Greg Young at 91. So
I think they flattened off a little
they
bit.
did flatten off a little bit because that was exactly the same score as fifth
Yeah.
was last game.
Yep.
We'll round out the top 10. Gene Perez at 88, Anthony Kennard 82, Brandon Novak made a jump there,
Here we
79, Ken Abner 69, Adam Barta 61. Somebody was asking about Adam Barta. So he is 61 over, and again, we're seeing the gap in the scores come.
Yeah.
We'll get, 38th, so a third on the squad is plus 10. We got 48 people still plus. Pace is kind of right where we thought it would be.
And then there's that Brett Angelo guy just in 11th, just hanging out.
Just hanging out, that
Just waiting.
voodoo roll guy, yeah. We had a couple other questions, and this actually was a good one that came up. Jeremy asked, would you consider Jacob Buttriff voodoo
Yes.
roll?
Yes.
Absolutely,
Oh, yes.
100%.
Yes.
You know, he's got a very unique thing. He's double jointed in his hand, and you can see it as he's bowling. It's extremely unique. Allows him to throw urethane probably more than anybody other than Jesper.
Yes. Yeah.
But yeah, and a couple other people brought up some names. Richie Allen, yeah.
Richie.
Lenny Borsch. There's a good one.
I haven't
Lenny
watched him a
Borsch.
whole lot. I haven't physically been behind him to watch him.
Lenny Borsch has got
Much.
the. Lenny Borsch has got the voodoo roll on the PBA 50 tour, and we've actually got a combined score sheet here for you, with A and B through 7 and C through 3. Currently, 32nd place is at plus 42.
Wow.
So
I don't even know what that means, though. to be
yeah,
honest.
I mean it's good to have that info,
And
but
there's I'm in there twice.
right, there's a couple people that are going to be in there. Yeah. So
Closes.
we're still. So actually, technically, it would be plus 39, Brian Robinson, because you're actually in there twice.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's good information to have, but we don't really know what that means yet. That we're still real early in this squad. At the end of this squad, that will kind of determine. It'll give us a much better idea where the number's going to fall.
Yep. Yeah, Richie Allen, he's got at the World Series this year, he mentioned during during the bowling that he practiced a lot when he was home, and he was practicing on keeping his angles more in front of him. But when he does it, it almost looks like he yanks it.
Right.
Like over his left toe, like yank, and you think it's going to go high, and then it
doesn't.
slides.
Right, it doesn't.
And that's the definition of voodoo right there.
All right, we got Craig Carter's putting us on the spot here. Not picking yourselves, of course. Who would you guys pick as a favorite to win the event?
EJ.
Well, I'm going to go with EJ because nobody can really beat him right now in anything. So, we'll go with EJ Tackett.
He's leading by 100.
And I'm just, this is one of those events that I'm pretty glad there's a step ladder, because once you get into, if you can just make it to the top 5, it's one game at that point.
You know, it's weird because when you see EJ at the top of the list and you see him have a good look, or you see him leading at any point in time, you almost know that he's going to continue to bowl that well. It's almost like he never falls off. So it's like he has the great look, and then he finds a way to continue to have that great look throughout the entire tournament. And like that's what makes him so great, is when you see him at the top of the leaderboard, 9 times out of 10, he's going to at least be close to the leaderboard. He's not going to lead a tournament and then just fall down to 12th. You never see that.
Right.
If he has a look to lead a tournament, he continues to have that look.
Right.
And that's what makes him so hard to beat, because you just know, like, well, EJ's got it again.
But when does he ever not have it?
I know,
really?
that's the most amazing thing.
On top of the fact that he's really good, he's throwing it good, and he's confident.
He's confident.
And I don't care. You can pick anybody bowling right now. When they're confident, you can't beat them.
I know.
Anybody that's that good, if they have confidence,
good luck.
They're really hard to beat. And I don't care what the lanes are like. I don't care what ball they're throwing. It doesn't matter.
Yep.
They know they're that good.
Yep. It really does not matter the pattern. One thing I was told by Rick Benoit, and he said, if the pattern matters, if you're a guy that likes long, if you're a guy that likes short, if you're a guy that doesn't want to go to a tournament because of the pattern, if the pattern matters, you're not elite.
That's absolutely right. And one of the, obviously lane conditions are a huge point of discussion with everybody all the time.
Oh, it's a big part.
And my theory on that is, I don't care.
Yeah.
Here's a quick funny story about last weekend at the regional. I got home on Monday. Got home Sunday night. I'm talking to a couple guys on Monday, and they're like, "Hey, I saw you bowled really good this weekend. What'd you throw?" I threw an Impulse Solid, threw a Phenom Pearl. What'd you bowl on? And I went, I don't know. I never even looked at the pattern. I never looked at the pattern. I bowled the practice session. I picked the balls that I wanted. I had no idea what we bowled. I actually had to get on my computer and pull it up to find out what we bowled on.
Yep.
I had no idea what we bowled on.
I get a lot.
Because to me, the pattern doesn't matter.
It doesn't. It really doesn't.
Everybody's bowling on the same thing. The pattern doesn't matter. If it's a house shot or if it's what the women are bowling on, which is outrageous, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Everybody's bowling on the same thing.
I know. And, someone can look at the pattern beforehand and say, oh, I need to play here. Well,
I think that hurts
it
more
does.
than anything.
It does.
Because you have a preconceived notion of where you're supposed to play.
Closes your mind.
Absolutely. Because if I told you this past week, we bowled on 43 feet. Well, immediately 43 feet, you go, oh, you're going to play in.
But not the case.
I played between 5 and 10 for the first 4 games every day.
Yeah, exactly. Like this tournament right here, the IB Open, it's usually like long, flood in the middle, you play right, yada, yada. So all of us, Mike even said in the meeting room, the pattern's designed to play right. And so everybody in practice is playing up 5. And at the end of practice, we're like, heck no, we're not playing out here.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And I get asked all the time, a Kegel pattern. And people are like, oh, Kyle shot 240, he's going to come rub it in my face. Good job, Kyle. But they're like, have you bowled on the Leaning Tower of Pisa or the Statue of Liberty or whatever pattern that's out there? And I always say, I don't know.
Right.
I don't know if I've bowled on that. Maybe. And even if I did, it's probably going to play different than when I played on it than what you're getting ready to play on it. So where was Kyle?
Kyle was 23 over, so he's 70 over now. He's in good shape after 4 games.
Cool. I watched him.
Yep.
The second one of the 10th, I watched him get pumped about it. So I'm assuming he's bowling pretty good. That's good. because we at lunch we really talked a lot about getting your hand behind it and some things to do. And Nick Pate was with us, and Nick Pate's like, you know, way up the back. He's like beast at it.
Right.
And so he was giving Kyle some tips on what he does and using your ring finger a little more, and instead of like following through to the left, follow up like straight like toward your face, and just getting your ball to roll out. And Kyle, the first game, shot 190. He struggled with it a little bit, but it looks like he's getting better at it now, which is cool.
Well, we're getting to the end of game 4 here. So we're watching Tom Hess finish up. Chris Hester got
Tom Hess at 240. Where's Hess at?
Hess was 16 over, so he's now he's in the 50s, high
Nice.
50, almost 60 over now, with 3 to go.
I would say this is probably going to be the highest scoring game.
This was,
assuming.
yeah, I was going to say
Game 4.
Game 4, maybe the first part of Game 5, and then I'm going to guess that Game 6 and 7
They're gonna
probably
be
taper
difficult.
down just a
Yep.
little bit.
Yep.
The fronts are going to burn a little bit. They should get a little tougher.
That fire. This is 2 weeks in a row we've done the whole fire ice thing, and in both weeks it's been tricky. Transitions have been tricky. You know, it's like you throw one on one lane and it goes 10 back, and you know you could throw almost identical shot the next time you're on that lane and at big fours.
Right.
And you're like, where was that transition from? Like, where did that come from? And then you move, and then you try and overcompensate, move a little bit left, and then like you flat 10 or 2-pin, and I don't know. There's just an element of trickiness to it.
Got a couple good questions here. We'll start with, since we're transitioning between games here, we'll start with this question. Ryan Council wants to know if you guys would say that the surface plays more into your decision-making on lane play than the actual pattern.
The surface of the lane or the surface of the ball?
Yeah, so Ryan, let us know what you're talking about there. We'll get to this other question first. Robert wants to know, why are two-handers struggling with this pattern? And I'll jump in first on that one. I think I'm going to say a little bit is, we talked about it earlier, getting your ball to slow down.
Yes.
Two-handers tend to struggle when they have to get their ball to slow down. Their ball gets through the front so quickly.
Yep.
When there's a bunch of oil in the front of the lane, their ball doesn't slow down quick enough.
Yep.
That's why you see later in the blocks, when the front of the lane is burned up, why the two-handers tend to dominate, because there's less oil in the front of the lane, their ball slows down, and it does the right thing.
Well, how's Chris Vi bowling? Because he generally gets his ball to slow down fairly well.
And he's
not bowling well.
Not bowling well. He's not on the first page.
Maybe not doing bad, but
He is minus 10.
okay.
So I mean, he's there.
That's not
but he's
not hard to do.
But he's
really.
but you're talking about guys that, you know, you've got other guys 100
Yeah.
over, 110 over, 90
Yeah.
over, and you think of Chris Vi and you go, well, he's got to be bowling good. Where's he
Yeah.
at? And he's minus 10,
Mm-hmm.
and that's probably the reason. He's probably having trouble getting his ball to slow down.
Yep.
So Robert, I hope that answers your question. Ryan, let us know if you're talking about the lane surface or the ball surface, and we'll get to your.
I would say that the lane surface, I don't think it may play a difference, but I don't think a lot of people look into it too much.
It does make a difference on how patterns play, though. I mean, you certainly can see differences.
Oh, yeah.
You can put the same pattern out on 3 or 4 different lane surfaces, and they play completely different.
Yes, but I don't think it's complex enough to where people sit down and write an algorithm for it. Like if we're bowling on Pro Am lane, we know it's going to be a little harder, a little tighter down lane.
Right.
If we're bowling on HPLs, we know it's going to hook a little more. If we're bowling on wood, which we don't ever do, it's going to obviously hook a little more. But I think it's kind of just a simple, like we walk into a bowling center, we see it's HPL, or we see it's Pro Am lane or Am lane or whatever, and we just automatically kind of know, like, oh, okay, so they may be tight. So it definitely makes a difference in the pattern, but I don't think a lot of people look into it too much.
Right.
I would say they just see what it is, and then they kind of already know what that lane surface does to the pattern.
Right. So I'm Dave Wadka, Brad Miller here in the booth with me. We are end of Game 4, going into Game 5 transition right now. Good time to thank our sponsors again. This is the 2017 Logo Infusion InsideBowling.com Open, presented by the Brands of Ebonite International. Hosted here at Western Bowl. Mark Shook and his crew doing an awesome job.
Yeah, it's
Love
great.
being here. This is a great venue. We will get you a 4-game update as quick as we can. And you're looking at 8-lane coverage right now. We've got on the top of your screen lanes 61 through 64, and on the bottom of your screen lanes 65 through 68. And I will give you an update right now of who we're going to have here.
We have Troop. We have Zach Wilkins.
Lane 67 and 68. Pretty good pair right there. We've got Ronnie Horton, Kyle Troop, Michael Holloman,
That's a great pair.
Tommy Takic. Is that how you say his name?
I don't know. Cash, maybe?
Cash.
I don't know.
Maybe that's it. 65 and 66, we're going to have Brandon Kennard, Eric Walker, Anthony Kennard, and Chris Vi,
There
who
we
we were
go.
just talking
We get to
about.
watch him.
Then on the top of your screen, on 63 and 64, we're going to have, we got a pretty good pair right here. Justin Kittle, Farrell Williams, who had a good run at the Boom Doubles last week. Charles Kirby, and Zach Wilkins, who
So another two-hander.
had a two-hander, had a nice run at the Masters this year.
Yeah.
And then your
Trying to get a look at
your
Zach
fourth
right
pair
there.
that we're going to look at over on 61 and 62, we've got Kerry Kreft, PBA
Yeah.
six-time PBA champion Mike Wolf, Justin Knowles, Bradley Open champion,
Bradley Open champion.
and Ari Wilson.
Cool.
So we got a good pair going right there. We got 8 really good ones for you. Actually, 16 really good ones for you here. We'll do dual coverage action. I know a lot of you in the chat are talking about not being able to see the scorers anyway, so we'll keep you updated
Yeah.
as best we can on that, and we'll let you see as much action as we can.
Why weren't you at the Boom last week?
Actually, we had a regional in Columbus.
Oh, you were at the regional, that's right.
That track sponsored, so I
Okay,
kind
yeah,
of needed
cool.
to be at that.
Yeah, cool.
Kind of a little disappointed with Jimmy and I
Sure.
finished second at the Boom last year,
Yeah.
so little disappointed not be able to go, but hopefully there's no conflict next year and we can
Did
we
you
can get back there.
Did you hear what happened or catch the action at all?
I literally saw the last 2 frames of the last game, and that was it.
Okay, so the game before that, 13 and 14 was the farthest right pair we bowled on, and I think, I don't know,
Was
5
that
and-
the
5 and
bad
6
pair?
that was the bad pair.
Okay.
That was the pair that's the first game out of the gate was easy because it hooked, and then it became death because it just hooked way too much. And so that was the pair they used for the position round for the leaders. Well, Matt Gasson and Andrew Anderson bowled on 11 and 12 the game before. And 11 and 12 was a pretty good lane, or a pretty good pair. And they both had, I don't know, I think they probably had 460, 470 off the sheet, which would have gotten them to either second or first, which
Right.
means they would have bowled on 13 and 14.
Right.
Well, they go up there, and Gasson leaves something and misses it. He opens in the 10th. And then Andrew Anderson goes up there, and he washes out in the 10th and misses. So they both hole in the 10th to shoot like 420.
Which actually put him in third.
To stay in third,
To bowl on the
stay
good
on
pair.
that same pair they came off of.
And then they bowled 5-10.
And then they
Yeah,
bowled 5-10 to win.
I knew they bowled 5-10 the last
It's
game.
crazy how that worked. It
Yeah.
worked out in their favor, you know what I mean? Like, they both opened in the 10th. They were both very frustrated. And at the end of the day, they were thinking, like, wow, that worked out all right. You know what I mean? It's interesting.
Yeah, we just had the chat just updated, so sorry we're a little behind on the chat. It all came up at once. I'm gonna go right here because it's Tommy Tikaz.
Tikaz.
Is how you pronounce his name.
All right,
so
cool.
I just want to make sure I get that in there.
Root for him.
Farrell Williams. Farrell was +4 after 3. And apparently Cassandra's getting updates, so he's now +19 after 4. We don't have that
Sweet.
sheet yet, but Cassandra, thanks for that update.
And Bergenbein, thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Yes, thanks for the shout out. We'll keep it on the dual coverage here for a little bit. We got a lot of good players right here. We got some regional champions. We got a 2-time national champion in Kyle Troop.
We have, 4 two-handers? We have Troop, Wilkins, Ari, and Vi.
Yeah,
Wow,
so we've
this
got
is-
4 two-handers
this is
now.
working out.
So
Let's see.
yeah,
You know, this could be where the two-handers start to bowl better at this stage.
And you would think
You
that,
would think.
again, as the front burns up and their ball slows down a little bit, this is where the two-handers generally should bowl a little bit better.
Yep. I agree with that. Vi, man, he has this. end over end roll that when they get torched, that's why he bowls so good at the boom every year because they get pretty dry. And he's able to keep his angles in front of him without it jerking left.
You don't have to remind me about that from last year.
Yeah,
because he was oskewing it over a chair last year to beat us.
I know. And they didn't get that dry this year, but he still had that same trick. You know, game 7, game 8 of the round robin. You know, he was shooting 260s and 270s when everyone was struggling with 220.
Right.
So.
We'll give you an update on Kyle Troop. After 3 games, Kyle Troop was -6. We should get an update pretty quick. We've got Ashley and Missy are doing pretty quick on the scores here, so hopefully by the 4th or 5th frame we'll get you an update on Game 4.
Did you catch the ESPN clip of Kyle?
It was awesome.
I loved
Kyle
it.
did a fantastic job. It was awesome to see bowling get extra time on ESPN.
And I thought
very cool.
I thought he did it with class. I'm actually nothing against the fro. I think it's great, but I'm glad he toned it down for the ESPN clip because I don't know, maybe in a sense it showed a little bit more class.
I'm glad he did
that.
And it didn't take away from the bowling.
Exactly.
Like it wasn't about just that. It was at that point it became about the bowling.
Yep.
And that's what we need. And if it's Kyle that can be that guy that gives it for us,
absolutely
great.
Yeah, that was really neat. So Mikhail, man, Mikhail's a really good bowler. I'm really impressed with how good Mikhail is.
Holloman, yeah,
he strikes like a madman.
He does.
House, but man, he
does.
He bowls really good on hard stuff too.
And he has, you know, you look at the Bradley and you look at this event every year and some of the other the holiday doubles.
Yeah.
He's always right there.
I know.
I think I'm actually bowling the holiday doubles this year.
Are you?
I've never bowled it.
What?
No.
Why?
It's always conflicted.
Really?
Yeah, it's always been something else going on, but I think I'm going to attempt to bowl this year.
Yeah, I bowl with John Brocklin every year, or I've been bowling with him for I think 3 years now. We've made the cut all 3 years. I don't think we made it this year, but his mentality is he doesn't want to bowl anymore because he feels like he can't keep up. Right. He doesn't have a whole lot of rev rate. He can't put the speed on it like he used to. But he beats me every year, and I'm like, dude, I haven't beaten you yet, and you're the one who wants to quit. You know.
Right.
So it's kind of funny.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure who I'm bowling with yet, but I've been asked a couple times. But my true doubles partner got scooped up.
Who's that?
Couch is actually bowling this year, but not with me.
Why?
Chris Hester got him out of retirement to bowl that one. So apparently Couch is bowling with Hester.
What does Couch do nowadays? What is he doing? I saw him in Fort Lauderdale.
He's a district salesman. He does the same thing I do for EBI. He does it in the Southeast.
Oh, okay.
So he covers basically from Tennessee down to Florida.
Does he like it?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
it's a lot of work.
Yeah.
What we do is a ton of work.
And a lot of travel, and I know he has a family and everything.
Absolutely.
That could be very, very difficult.
He's got 4 girls. Two of them are older now. 2 of them are actually one's almost out of college now. One's in college.
Wow.
He's got two younger ones with Kim. They're I want to say they're like 11 and 8,
cool.
10 and 8, something like that. So yeah, he's doing good. He's bowling more events this year. He kind of got himself a little bit back in bowling shape and going to bowl some more events this year.
I remember when he made that U.S. Open show when he wasn't bowling a whole lot. Didn't Couch make the U.S. Open show like 5 years ago or something like that, 6 years ago?
No, he made a run at the U.S. Open show. He finished 6th.
He didn't make it?
Finished 6th.
Who made it ahead of him?
He was the only lefty that made the top 24 that year, and he finished 6th.
I remember that.
He bowled 300 twice in that
I
tournament.
remember that too.
But
yeah,
he
that's cool.
literally ran out of gas.
Yeah.
He finished 6th or 7th. Like he was there and just
that guy.
Same thing at the World Championship. He bowled the World Series like 3 or 4 years ago after not bowling for 2 years, and he finished like 7th in the World Championship.
And he just has it, man. When he has that touch,
that guy's got more heart than anybody I've ever bowled with or met.
All you could ask for.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what the sport needs. It's always needed. It always will need a heart. If you plan on bowling, bring the heart.
So we got a little dual action going for you here. We're going to take about a 2 or 3 minute break real quick, and we will be right back with you. right, we're back. Dave Wadka here with Brad Miller in the booth. You're watching Game 5 of the 2017 Logo Infusion InsideBowling.com Open, presented by the brands of Ebonite International.
So, Vi's right in front of us, and he doesn't look happy. And he started off with a double, and then I think he rang a 10, and then he struck, and then he just two-pinned. So I think you're spot on. I think his ball just isn't slowing down. It's just picking up speed going down the lane.
And even in Game 5, he's still leaving the two-pin.
Exactly.
You don't generally see that. The two-hander guys don't ever go light by Game 3 or 4.
Yeah. And I think that's one of the difficulties about this pattern is it'll break down in one spot, and it was the same last week too. This might be this ice fire thing, but it breaks down and you 4-pin or go through the nose or whatever you do, and then you move left, and all of a sudden there's this push that you didn't think would be there. You would think it'd just be a standard 2-1 left, 3-1 left, 3-2 left, or whatever, and then all of a sudden it just pushes too far, and now you plaque 10, and you're like, well, crap. And then okay, so what's the move from here? So you obviously can't move back right because that friction spot, so you have to play in this area. So what do? Do you just hit it harder? Do you change balls? And so then you hit it harder, and then it sees friction in the front and goes left. So now you're just doing too much. That's what he's dealing with for sure.
We're going to get a look on lane 62 right here, Mike Wolf. And he's already considerably far in, like, compared to where we were.
Yeah.
So this is what we were talking about.
Yeah.
They're only in Game 5. They still got 2 full games left after. They got 2.5 games to bowl, and they're already left of where we finished.
Yep.
So it'll be interesting to see how these last couple games play out.
I'm curious to see.
Justin asked if I would bowl the holiday doubles with Muffin, which would be Erin McCarthy. I would absolutely bowl with her. She probably already has a partner, though.
Dude, she's a great bowler.
Yeah.
I watched her at the Boom. She runs into trouble when they get really, really dry, just like any woman would.
Can't get it down the lane.
Yeah,
they don't throw it hard enough.
As far as creating correct ball motion, like, she does it better than most people.
Right.
Like, she actually creates ball motion better than a lot of guys.
We saw a great shot by Kyle Troop right there. Zach Wilkins. So, all two-handers are doing okay right there.
Yeah, I don't.
Kyle apparently just got his first turkey of the day, so
That's not a good. See, and he's smiling. How does he do it?
I don't know. I don't know how you do that.
Gosh,
Brett, neither you or I are going to do that.
No, we're not smiling there. No, that's not us.
Nope, absolutely not.
Charisma, that's what that is.
Yes, it is. That's why he's on ESPN
Exactly.
and we're not.
That's great. I wish. I'm going to work on it. I'm just going to smile. Tomorrow, I'm going to smile. I'm just going to smile to the camera.
I say that every day.
And then I ring a 10.
I say it every day. I wake up every day and I go, man, today's going to be a different outlook. I'm going to have it's just going to be good,
Great.
And that first shot that I go up there and thumb down it, screw it into the lane, I go, what are you doing?
Yep. Then all of a sudden, at a flip of a switch. That's great. It's every time. I told Kyle I wasn't gonna be mad about anything this week.
Yeah. How long did that last?
I was doing okay. I actually did really well. And then my first block, the one I went 110 over, we bowled 6 games, and I was 117 over after 6 games. And in the middle of the 6th game, Jerry Anderson comes down to me and he goes, "Hey, the pair you are going to just broke down."
Oh, you were going to 75 and 76.
So then we go to the end pair, 79 and 80,
Right.
which was fresh. and there was one game bowled on it beforehand, and it was Matt Sanders is on the left side, and I don't know his name, but he was throwing a fairly dull ball, like up 18.
Oh, he was bowling with was he not bowling with Jordan Richard?
He was bowling with Sanders.
Yeah, wasn't Jordan? That wasn't.
No,
Jordan?
it wasn't.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't Jordan
Okay.
Richards. It was a guy I don't know. I believe he's bowling the squad. So I'm
Okay.
like, okay, this is actually fresh. And then on top of that, Kyle is like 40 or 50 under, and he's actually loving this because he gets another opportunity to try something on fresh.
Right.
And he goes, "I'm throwing urethane up 5," and I'm like, crap. This is a test. This is what it is. I tell myself I'm not going to get upset, and this is somebody just testing me.
Right.
And so, I didn't get frustrated. I shot 190, which I was happy with. And whatever. It is what it is. What can you do, Some things you can't control.
Right.
Mikhail's ball is just hooking way too early.
And he was bowling good. He was 112 over going
Into that?
after 3. We don't have the 4-game sheet yet. With the big squad, we're a little bit behind. We're generally getting the sheet in about the 8th or 9th frame. So.
All right, Brian is Robinson still two-handed?
He is two-handing it now, and he made the cut at the regional last week.
Man.
Two-handing it.
I saw him at the Bradley, and it was like he had been two-handing it for like 2 weeks or something like that.
Right.
And he made the cut, and he made that impossible pattern actually look playable.
Right.
And I'm thinking, how in the world, man?
Right. Yeah, he had some physical issues with his
his
wrist,
wrist,
which forced him to either going to have to quit or he had to start two-handing it. And he decided to two-hand it.
It's worth it.
He's doing okay.
Yeah.
He's working at it.
Which is cool. Guy loves the ball.
Hey.
What do you got?
Hey,
You guys must be talking about Brian Robinson.
Yes,
we are talking about Brian Robinson.
I didn't hear any of the names or anything. When I heard Bradley two-handed, had to change his game. Brian Robinson, that is an unbelievable story. You guys are all over the stories of the tournament. That guy, to be able to do that and bowl the way he bowls.
And I was just talking about, I don't know if you heard it, but he made the cut at the regional last week in Columbus. Not two-handed. I think it's the first cut he's made in a regional.
He didn't bowl bad at the Masters this year either.
No. So he's making it work.
Yeah, it's super cool. I can't two-hand it for nothing. I don't think my arms are long enough.
Where's he at? Is he in front of you?
He is not. He was.
He's on like 75.
He's actually probably way on the high end now. He's probably down in the high 70s.
Or actually,
mid 70s.
Maybe the low end now. I don't see Chad anywhere. Yeah, he might be on the low end.
Just see Kerry Kreft pick up a 6-pin there. A lot of people may not know a lot about Kerry Kreft. He's from Detroit. He's got an eagle.
Does he really?
Maybe even more than one.
I don't even know who he is.
He bowls on the teams from Detroit with Nick Wissinger and those guys, and he's won at least one eagle that I know of. He might have more than one.
That's got to be a feeling like no other.
Yeah.
Kerry Kraft and just that group from Michigan, those grinders like that. Another guy that comes to mind around that time frame, Dave Ewald.
Yeah, Dave Ewald's part of that group, absolutely.
There was a Robert Eddy, I think, was around that time.
Yeah, I'm not real familiar with that one.
And
Fred Baus.
Yep.
Fred Baus made the show at the High Roller back in the 80s.
A lot of Michigan talent.
We just got an update from somebody. Krefty has 3 eagles is what they think. So I knew he had at least one. I was pretty sure he had more than one. Again, just a good story. You talk about the field in this event. This is somebody that
3
probably
eagles.
90% of the people may not know who he is, and the guy's won 3 eagles.
Yeah, he's done more in bowling
Yeah.
than most. I like guys like that.
Clip that off in the truck.
We'll get a look at Justin Knowles right here, Bradley Open champion from this year.
When you say clip that off in the truck, it's a sound bite that we'll play again later sometime.
Yeah.
You said I like guys like that.
Wait, does it actually do it?
No,
By you saying it?
no.
Are the people
I was like, man, this is
in
fancy.
our truck taking care of that?
Well, what I like to do is I like to reference. We have this imaginary truck with all these
my
people
goodness.
working out there. So whenever I call for somebody to clip that off in the truck, it's if we were a radio program and you were doing cuts of the week or something like that. At the end of the tournament, you'd have all these sound clips put together, and you'd hear, I like guys like that.
You gotta be careful. See, this is why I'm new at this. I need to be more experienced.
You can also raise your mic up a little bit too. That's a perfect spot.
There you go.
Were you not hearing me very well?
It's just not as clear. It sounds like you're in a phone booth when it's further away.
All right.
You can hear me okay, though?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
yours could go up a little. Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I had to get it out of the way to drink my water.
Oh, I know. Well, yeah.
Sorry.
You just
I'll make
I
sure.
know.
Yeah.
They're bendable
Mr.
for a reason.
Yeah.
Critique over here.
All right. I'll have it down by junior gold.
Man.
I promise.
Uh-huh.
You guys are actually doing great. How
I'll
many
have it
people
down.
are watching?
I'll have it
Sure,
down
the
by.
viewership's gone up. I don't do much. Yeah, we're up to 300. We had like 150 when I'm in here by myself. So I'd rather listen to YouTube.
Make sure you go over to that YouTube channel and click a like. Give us a like on the YouTube channel.
Yeah, and subscribe as well. This is a really cool thing we talked about a couple times, but if you go to YouTube and you click on the sports category and you look at the bowling category, we actually own 2 of the top 4 YouTube suggested videos out of all bowling-related content on YouTube.
Who's the other?
Dude Perfect with Belmo, 62 million views, the trick shot video they did.
Yeah.
And then that video that just happened last week of the guy that bowled the fastest 300.
Oh, wow. Which blew up. That
Yeah.
Didn't Doherty do the same thing?
Yeah, that made it to Mike and Mike in the morning. I listen to Mike and Mike when I'm driving every morning, and
Really?
they talked about it on the Mike and Mike show.
Didn't Doherty do the exact same thing?
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much.
And it didn't get the notoriety?
No, it's got a ton of views online.
Does it?
It's like number 6 in the list.
Wow.
I actually want to do this trick shot thing with Costco teddy bears.
So we got a Ryan Council. We're going to get to your question in just a second. We got a 4-game update real quick. We're coming to the end of Game 5, but we'll give you a 4-game update. The top 5. Gene Perez made a big jump. He's actually leading at 134 over. Sean Bibby, 114. Michael Holloman, 111. B.J. Moore, 107. And Brandon Novak, 104.
That's through 4 games?
That's through 4. And scores actually kind of tightened up a little bit there. We got a lot of guys in the 90s, 80s, 70s. 16th place is 70 over. So, but, we talked about Game 4, Game 5 were going to be the games where they were good.
Yep.
So we'll see. We'll see what happens with the end of Game 5 here and then going into 6 and 7, because that's where we talked about it being really good.
A lot of guys it was good, but it's still leveled off. And it's still leveling around the 5th place.
And guys that were bowling good are starting to come backwards. Yeah. Chad Roberts down to 88, Dan Higgins 86, Greg Young 86, Nick Crummel 80. Those guys have kind of leveled off.
Yep.
So they're seeing the transition.
Exactly.
And if you notice, the couple guys, 2 out of the top 3 now are on the left side.
Yep.
So they're not seeing the transition as quick as the right side is.
Yep. That's
And you got a combined 4-game also. What's
I do.
what's
I do.
32nd now?
32nd is Anthony Kennard at 48.
48.
So it was 42 last game.
Yeah,
so
but we actually
6.
probably got to go down 1 because you're still in there twice.
And Brad Angelo's in there twice.
So we got to go down 2. So we go down to it's actually 35.
35.
So we're staying.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, scores are not high.
Did you just say that scores were not high?
Yeah,
Scores were not high.
No, I agree with you.
just scoring pace is great.
Yeah.
Kudos to Kegel and Mike Flanagan and
Well,
kudos to those guys. They've done a great job with this pattern. It's fair. It's playable on both sides. It's playable from all angles. It's not completely impossible, but you have to throw it good to bowl good.
And look at a guy like Chapman. How good is Chapman? And he's 9 under. You know what I mean?
Well, and we were talking about Chris Vi. Where's Chris Vi at now? Where did he get to now after 4?
I don't know.
Here we go. He's 13. He's 13 over. So he bowled 220 last game.
Simonson's 9 over. Lowshedder's 5 under. Wolf's 6 under.
The Vives, mom and dad, are probably in the chat. They usually are.
They're actually here. They're not in the
are?
chat. They're here.
Yeah.
They're sitting
And
right there.
she brought chocolate
She brought
chip
a
cookies.
big box of cookies.
Reminds me of college.
Maybe she thinks he's still bowling for Notre Dame. Okay, so we did confirm Crefty's got 3 Eagles. 2012 team all events, 2004 team, and 99 team all events. So, again, there's a guy that most people might not have known who he was. Got 3 Eagles.
I'm trying to look for some guys on the list that are struggling, and maybe we can come up with a reason why. This Ronnie Horton guy, I don't think I've ever met him personally, but he's one of those guys that smiles a lot. I need to talk to him.
Well,
I need to get some lessons on
Mike
how to
Wolf's
smile.
-6.
Yeah.
Why? Mike Wolf's -6.
I feel like he has that ball roll that allows him to give it gives him shim when other people kind of like the Schaefer.
Chris
Angelo
Lowshedder's
type thing.
-5, Matt Ogle's -5, AJ Chapman -9.
Another two-hander that's minus. I don't think we haven't seen
Graham Foz -20.
Yeah, it's crazy. So Mikael Holloman's 100 over, and Graham
here's a
Foz
couple other
minus.
ones. Aaron Lorenz 50 under, Chris Prather 50 under. These are guys that make cuts on the national tour. 50 under.
John Zerbinski went 100 under.
Right. He's going to bowl
Earlier.
again tonight. Yeah.
Jesse Buss is 100 under right now.
Yeah, Jesse Buss is 101 under right now. I just saw that.
Wow. That's crazy. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I mean,
All right, so we're finishing up Game 5 here. We'll get you into Game 6 and get you updates as quick as we can. Ryan Council wants us to get a story going.
okay, let's do it.
So he's asking both of us, do you have a favorite moment in your bowling career? So I'll...
You go first.
No.
Okay,
No,
okay,
I'll let
okay.
you start with that one. So,
actually-
favorite moment.
First one that comes to mind is college bowling. It was my senior year,
Who did you bowl for?
Lindenwood University.
Okay. Close to
And
home.
Close to home. It was 3 hours from home, St. Charles, Missouri. It's like a home to me. I still stop there. A lot of great friends there. Every time I travel east, I stop in St. Charles, stay for a night, see everybody. And anyway, we're at Nationals, and we're in Lincoln, Nebraska. And my senior year, our team was really good. And we bowled 15 events, and I think we won 8 of them.
Anybody else of note that we would know on the team?
Dan Limish,
Okay.
Danny Spink, Jeremy Zimmerly, Jacob Setchel. Oh gosh, I'm sorry to anyone. I can't. Now you put me on the spot. Tyler Vokes.
I know some. I know some of the names.
So we were a phenomenal team. It was one of those things you were talking about, like the friendship thing. Like we had this great vibe. The 8 of us, were we the 8 greatest bowlers in college bowling? Maybe not. But we knew each other's strengths. Dan and I, Limish and I, played the lanes a lot, like really similar, and we understood what each other needed to do a lot of times. So a lot of times me and him were 4-5, and we would switch off from 4-5, and so we had a phenomenal year, and I truly believe we were the best team in college bowling that year, and so it came down at Nationals. Weber was a rival of ours, and they were a rival of ours because it seemed like every tournament we bowled, we met them in the finals. And Weber had Marcelo Schwartz, Gary Faulkner.
That was some of their big years.
Yeah, they had great players. And I can remember a lot of times throughout the year that it came down in the 10th frame, whether it was me or Dan or Marcelo or Gary or oh gosh, I can't even remember a lot of the guys from Team Puerto Rico, but whoever, it always seemed like it came down in the 10th against somebody.
Javier Diaz was on
Javier
that
Diaz,
team.
he was a great player.
Yeah.
And who was the John
Trzynski.
Yep. So it always seemed like it came down, and we kind of like throughout the year we kind of created this rivalry. Like we hated losing to each other. So we get to Nationals, and we qualify first. Weber qualifies maybe, I don't know, second, third, fourth. And we meet them in the – we both win our matches, and we meet them in the third round. And Weber wins. And it's double elimination, and they win in 7 games. And specifically our team bowled a lot better on the burn than other teams, and then if it was on the fresh, I would say that Weber had an advantage. So they ended up beating us in 7, and it was kind of heartbreaking. So we go down to the losers bracket, and we ended up bowling 2 other teams. I know Kansas was another team, but we ended up winning our two matches to get back to bowl Weber, and we have to beat them twice now, and we're bowling on the burn. And we beat them, I think 4-1, I think it was, and it definitely fell into our wheelhouse. Like this is when we were the most confident, and so here we are. This is the match right before the show, and the left is good. The left is really good. The 2 teams that made the show that year were Weber and Wichita, and Eric Gilbranson anchored for Wichita, and Gary Faulkner anchored for Weber. And Gary Faulkner didn't miss all of Nationals. So here we are. They're re-oiling the lanes, and so we're bowling on fresh, which means Gary's not going to miss. So we have to do something about this. So we decide in practice to throw 180 grit up the left side. This is like really the only chance we have.
Defense.
And so, and they obviously weren't happy.
Right.
But But what it did was
It just got in their head, probably.
maybe it didn't affect Gary directly, but it made him think.
It got in their head.
So what happened is at the end of practice, Gary was throwing another ball, and that made all the difference.
Yeah.
Like, he was now throwing another ball. Like, we succeeded. Whether he goes off and strikes a ton, it doesn't necessarily matter. We got him to do something different, and so. And by the end of the match, I think Gary was bowling the 3-hole and Marcelo was bowling anchor.
Right.
So,
Did you guys end up winning?
so we were up 3-1, and we ended up losing.
Oh, wow.
But the cool thing is we had a lot of, it was in Lincoln, Nebraska. We had a lot of guys come from St. Louis, a lot of our friends that
Right.
weren't bowling on the team. So we had this massive cheering section for us. We was the last match before the show. Nobody else in the bowling center was bowling. So all the parents from other teams, all the other teams, there was just a lot of people watching our match directly. And the history we had through the year, the rivalry we
Sure.
had through the year, in this specific match, it came down to the 10th frame between Marcelo and I, and a game he got it, a game I got it. There was just a lot of history behind it, and a lot of passion, and a lot of there's no way we're losing here. And our cheering section
That's
was so
really cool.
loud that Del Warren went to his wife and said, "Get people to root for Weber." to even out the cheering section. And it was a moment where it was my senior year, and ultimately my last ball thrown in college was in that match, and I didn't even care because it couldn't have ended more perfectly. You know what I mean?
That's awesome.
If we were going to go down to a team, it was Weber that year.
Right.
And I don't know, it was just great. It was just great.
That's really
Tears
cool.
flowed afterwards, and I don't know, it was a really cool moment in my bowling career for sure.
Very
Just
cool.
because of the history.
Very cool.
So that's me. What about you?
Well, let's do a little reset on Game 6 here. We're getting to the start of Game 6. So we're here Game 6 of 7 for C Squad at the 2017 Logo Infusion Inside Bowling.com Open, presented by the brands of Ebonite International. I'm Dave Wadka, Brad Miller in the booth with me. And
Having a good time.
we're here at Western Bowl. Mark Shook and his crew doing a fantastic job of hosting us. And we'll get you here on some dual action.
We have Andrew Anderson. Sweet.
We do. and
Champion of the boom doubles.
We'll get you on some dual action here. So we've got action on 61 through 64 on the top of your screen, and 65 through 68 on the bottom of your screen. And we're going to go with, let's see, on the top of your screen, we're going to have Brad Angelo, Kevin Mallory, Tom Adcock, and Dawson Meyer.
Good pair.
And on the bottom of your screen, we're going to have Ken Abner, Chris Loschetter, Eric Abner, and Ron Lorenz.
Good pair.
So we got a lot of pretty good bowlers on this. We'll keep you updated as quick as we can. We gave you the 4-game update. Again, through A and B at 7 games and C at 4 games. 32nd place, the cut right now is actually at plus 35. So, demanding condition. Kudos to Kegel for that.
Yeah. Great pattern.
Albeit demanding, it's very fair. We've got some lefties bowling good, some two-handers, some righties. A little bit of everything bowling good. So it's a very, very fair condition.
That's all you can ask for. The same was in the boom last week. Like Pepe bowled good, Vi bowled good, Kyle bowled good, Farrell bowled good. Like
Right.
a wide range of people bowled good.
And-
That's
and
really all
that's
you
all
can
you can
ask
ask for.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. So same this week, thankfully. And scores are low. Can't ask for more. It's great. Like I'm 110 over. I don't know what place that's going to end up. Maybe it'll be 15th, maybe 20th, maybe it'll be 12th. I don't know. But I'm only going to be 20 or 30 out of the cut, and
Right.
that's only 1-230. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
that's a great feeling.
Right.
If I
Right.
if I put 12 good shots together for one game and shoot a 230, 240.
You jump right in.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've talked about it through the whole broadcast tonight. Anybody that hasn't been with us the whole time, we have twice as many bowlers bowling on this squad that have
Yep.
bowled on either of the other two squads. So lanes are transitioning much faster. Scores have been good for a couple games. I would expect Game 6 and Game 7 may slow down a little bit.
Yeah.
For some people.
Yep.
Now, this is where I would expect the two-handers to actually excel.
Yes.
Front of lane's going to burn up. Their ball's going to slow down a little bit. I believe we'll see some good scores out of Chris Vi and
Troop and Wilkins.
Kyle Troop, Zach Wilkins. We should see some pretty good scores the last couple games out of them. But some of the guys that are already at the top, we may see them slow down a little bit.
Yep, absolutely. It's interesting because Game 5 right there is already past what we faced Game 7. And,
right.
And the balls still weren't slowing down for the two-handers.
Right. You still saw Chris Vile leave a two-pin twice that
exactly.
game.
Yep, and Kyle Troop, I think, had 180. Zach Wilkins, I don't think, had much. So it's like when you get really far and deep, because you got to chase it in a little bit and stay away from the friction. Your ball's not slowing down, and now you feel like you have to either trick it, or you have to put more rotation on it, or you have to throw a different ball than you normally would, or whatever. And those things make you shoot 180.
Right.
It makes it difficult. It really makes it difficult.
So I did miss a pair on the top of our screen. I missed 61 and 62. We've actually got a really good pair there too with Joe Bailey, Kyle Mayberry, Christian Ascona, and David Matchin.
Christian Ascona just won his first regional.
He did. He just won his first regional.
South
Yep. And Joe Bailey, Kyle Mayberry both made the cut in Grove City last week.
Really?
So,
Cool.
Again, just goes to the strength of the field this week. It's really kind of like a mini tour stop.
I know. It's great. I love it. It makes sitting in the bowling alley so much better because you can
It's a bowling center.
Is that what I said?
You said bowling alley.
Did I?
It's a bowling center.
I'm sorry. I was raised to say center.
Oh, where's Flanagan at?
Yeah, exactly.
He would be getting
Don't tell him. Don't tell him.
If he can hear me, he's getting a kick out of this right
man.
now.
The bowling center makes it more enjoyable to be in here because you get to watch good bowlers bowl.
Absolutely, and
to learn
this
something
is
else
definitely a bowling center.
Dude, this is the cream of the crop right here.
Bowling palace is what it is.
It's great. Western Bowl.
We're getting a look on lane 63. That's Tom Adcock. Been a great player for many, many years.
Good to watch Nick Crummel, too.
Yeah, Crummel picking up the washout.
Oh, what a pair that is. Anderson, Crummel, Greg Young.
Yeah, that's I missed that. That was the other pair I missed. And Boog Kroll is the other one on that pair. David Kroll.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
cool.
pretty good pair there, too.
Yeah, no kidding.
Those guys can throw some strikes.
I believe they started on the very far
They did.
end
They
pair.
started on the very first pair.
Is Greg still throwing Brunswick? Yep, still throwing Brunswick.
He is.
That blue ball you threw looked like one that you guys have. What's a blue ball you guys? Lowren
Tundra?
Tundra, that's what it is, yeah.
That's probably an edge.
Ah, yeah. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. I really like how Andrew throws it, man. He's a great bowler.
He is all in, man. He is committed to trying to win Rookie of the Year this year. He's
Really?
bowling everything.
Good. That's what you need to do.
Threw it great at the end of the Players' Championship. Had a chance to make the show. Needed a double. Aced the first one. Didn't throw the second one great, but you know what?
Hey.
Man, that's your first chance to make a show in your first event.
I'll tell you, that atmosphere that week at the Players was
pretty
awesome.
cool. Yeah, Wayne and his crew, Wayne Webb and his crew at the Columbus Bowl do a fantastic job there.
When they made that cut, the format was a little different where A squad bowls A squad the first and second day, and the B squad bowls B squad the first and second day. And then they cut to the top 50 and bottom 50. And the bottom 50 bowled the A squad, the top 50 bowled the B squad.
What do you think of that? I like it.
I like it too.
I like it.
I'll tell you why. Because I happened to be in the top 50 and bowled that night, and that atmosphere was incredible.
It's great.
That's what I live for. I mean, the people were there, the fans were there, they were cheering. It almost seemed like the next cut is the show. That's how important people were taking it. Like, the atmosphere was just phenomenal.
And it goes to Wayne and his crew getting people in the building too.
Yeah.
Like, the place was packed.
Exactly.
It's a 48-lane center, and the place was packed.
There were high school bowling teams.
The whole team was coming.
Yes.
Yeah. And I'll give a little shout out to my girlfriend Missy because she coaches a high school team.
Really?
Their team came and watched.
Really?
She pushed their team to come and watch. One of our other local staffers, Jason Lundquist, coaches a team. His whole team was there to watch.
Man, that's cool.
And we need more of that.
Absolutely.
We need those people that are involved in it to push their players there to come and watch.
Yep.
And they had a great time.
Yep. I can remember that exact block. I bowled poorly, and I just thought to myself, like, all right, just handle yourself well, because this is a moment where you need to handle yourself well. Like, there's people watching. They're rooting for you. You're not bowling well, but that's okay.
Well,
because it's a great situation to be in.
And I had planned months ahead of time. I had invited about 30 pro shops in. As Ebonite International, I had rented out Wayne's Bar that night for a private party for the pro shops.
Yeah.
So I had like 30 of my pro shop guys in there, and a lot of people in there, and I told Missy, I'm like, yeah, I didn't think this one through. I have to be nice tonight.
Yep.
So, well, you know, while I was bowling, in spite of how I bowled, it made me think about it a little bit more. As much as we talked about earlier about on the lanes we're different people, I had to really be conscious of that, because I had a lot of the people that are my customers and my friends that are in there watching.
Yep.
And I invited them in there, so but that was also, there was 30 or 40 more people in there because of that.
Yep.
And again, the atmosphere in there was great.
Yeah, I was doing during that week the TOC and the
Were you
Masters.
doing your blogs and stuff?
I was doing a podcast.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, man, it made me. It was great. It was really awesome. I got a lot of really good feedback from it. It's hard to tell what's going through the mind of a bowler when they're bowling, and a lot of times it's fascinating because there's a lot of really brilliant people out here, and the things they think about and the things they do in order to get to the score they get to is really, really cool. And I kind of wanted to express that on my own end. But what it did was it held me accountable to talk positive. Like, for example, that block that I had that was really bad, I was in fourth going into day 3, and then I dropped out of the top 24 by 6 pins. And the next day I had people asking me to do a podcast about it, and I had to be positive about it. I didn't want to bring off a negative vibe, you know what I mean? And so it kind of taught me a lot about, perspective. And I had that really, really poor block that, I could have been very disappointed at, and I was. But at the same time, I was in a really cool situation. I was in fourth after 2 days.
Right.
I put myself in a situation that I haven't done before. I got an entry into the TOC by cashing that week. Right. So I got to bowl.
Didn't have to bowl the PTQ.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it was important for me to make sure I stay in a good mindset because I had to bowl the TOC next week.
Right.
And then I bowled good in the TOC the very next week.
Right.
And so it was kind of a really cool event that happened those 3 weeks. And in the Masters, I bowled okay. I cashed. But some cool things happened in the Masters too.
Right.
It was a really cool 3
weeks. You talk about doing your podcasts and stuff at the end of a squad and whatever, and I truly believe, and I know Jason Belmonte's a big proponent of this. I think with Extra Frame and what we do with Extra Frame, the top 10, 12, 15 guys, whether it's in the rankings or the tournament or whatever, at the end of every round should have to talk on that.
Absolutely.
I don't care if you bowled 200 under. You should be required to go talk.
Oh, yeah.
You watch a PGA event, the top X number of guys, they have to go talk every time. And it would help the public and the fans relate to us.
Understand them better.
Yes. Because we're not always going to be happy when we get to that point.
Exactly.
And it's okay. We don't always have to be happy.
Yep.
But you should be required to sit there and talk about it.
Absolutely. And it's there's a lot of personality within the bowling community.
And if you think about that, I mean, think about the fun you have talking to some of the guys. And, and imagine if the public got to see more of that.
I know.
And the public, if you're not in the center, you don't ever get to see it.
Exactly.
Because the minute bowling's done, everybody's out the door.
Exactly.
So there's something to that, and I like I said, I know Jason's been a big proponent of that. I know Bill O'Neill's been a big proponent of that, and I hope they actually get that done.
And it makes you think that every other sporting event that's successful. So if bowling was at its highest, if bowling was at the point where everybody's happy, we're bowling for a ton of money, it's a very, very successful company, what do you think that would look like? There would most definitely be press conferences.
Right.
There definitely would.
Right.
Every other sport has them.
Right.
Right? So
James just said NASCAR does it.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, I don't watch NASCAR at all, but I watched Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s press conference about him retiring. Just because I wanted to hear him speak.
Right.
He's a legend. and I wanted to hear what he had to say. And I don't watch NASCAR at all, but I enjoyed listening to Dale Earnhardt Jr. speak.
I'm
And so-
retired now too, so.
No, is this actually your last year?
Yeah, actually, Maine was
Maine
it
was
for
it?
me. Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah, Maine was it for me.
So what are you going to do? Just
I'm gonna-
part-time it?
Yeah.
Like pick and choose?
Yeah, I'm done bowling full time. I'm going to bowl the U.S. Open this year because I qualified for it.
Sure, yeah.
The World Series is up in the air. It depends on where it is.
Well, we don't. Have you heard a rumor?
I am not going to say, but
Okay.
yes, I've heard rumors.
Okay.
Depending on where it is will determine whether I bowl or not.
Okay.
I've already withdrawn out of the Oklahoma tournament. I'm not bowling that one.
Just because
I'm done.
Yeah.
I've had it.
Yeah.
I've had enough.
it's difficult, man.
26 years of this
I
and
know.
17 years of being a DSM, and I've had
It's a
enough of the
lot.
full-time thing.
I know. I've seen you
You
multiple
want some
times.
wine with that cheese, David?
I'm not whining at all, boy.
Flanagan's
Thanks,
just sitting
though.
at the bar
Yeah.
having a beer,
I know.
listening to our conversations.
Yeah,
what he's doing.
Flanagan's got to jump in there in between his sips of
Yep.
Mick Ultra or whatever he's drinking.
I've seen multiple times where you're bowling a tournament and responding to emails and like between shots.
It's hard.
It is. It's very hard.
And I love it. Like, it's like me being out here is great for my position and my work,
Oh yeah.
but it's I haven't practiced. I told you when I first got on the stream today, I've literally bowled 0 practice games in 2 months.
Yeah.
And I can't compete against the best in the world at that point.
Yep.
I'm still going to bowl every regional. I'm going to bowl the weekend stuff. I'll show up at these. Masters is probably always going to be on my
Sure.
schedule. That event is
Such a great event.
as a part-time guy, that's the event
That's
to
the
bowl
event. Yes.
because of the format.
Yep.
You know, am I going to beat Belmo and O'Neill and those guys over 60 games? Absolutely not. I'm not. Not at this point in my life.
But you can beat him in a match.
I can beat him in one match. Just got to get through 15 games of
Yep.
qualifying. I can beat him in one match.
Which I haven't done yet. I've cashed in the Masters 3 straight years, and I haven't made match play yet.
Yeah,
I've been in that like little realm between like 65 and 80.
I've made a few runs. You know, I've think couple times I got finished in the top 16.
That's got to be a great feeling.
Green Bay 2 years ago. I made a good run in Green
Really?
Bay. Yeah.
Nice. That was the one where Frankie pocket 710 to miss the show.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, I made a good run there. I actually finished in the top 12 there.
Nice.
I got to the top 12 at that one.
That's really cool.
But yeah, just it's that time for me. I'm ready to have some time
No,
off
that's
once in a
definitely
while.
understandable. How old are you
Yeah.
now?
I just turned 46.
Okay, cool. You gonna bowl some of the PBA 50 stuff when you get there? Sure.
I would assume so.
Yeah,
you know,
that's neat.
that may be one of those things that I kind of catch a really good break at, because if you look at all the really good bowlers, there's very few that are my age.
I know.
Like, Barnes is 1 year older than me, so Barnes will be out there a year before me, and then there's a year or two after me where there's not a whole lot of people, and the rest of the people I grew up bowling with are all already out there.
Yeah.
Because I was like kind of that in-between generation where there wasn't a whole lot of us. So we'll see. Who knows?
No, it's gonna.
Yeah.
You need to make it down to the villages is what you need to do.
Yeah, well,
Just play golf every day.
Robert, I'm still going to be bowling, just not full-time on tour. I'll still bowl a full regional schedule, and I'm going to bowl a few tournaments here and there, just not full-time.
Is there a Game 5 update?
No, we have not got a Game 5 update yet. We're, again, with the big squad, we're running. We should get it any time. We're in about the 8th or 9th frame of Game 6, so
Yeah.
Ashley and Missy are running pretty good to get the scores.
Craig, I agree with your point. I've said for a little while now that, you know, the whole press conferences idea, I don't think they do it because they don't have press or news media, and I'm not sure you need it. You know, you have an outlet to the world for free, and like I said, like if a successful sporting event, if it's successful, it's going to have press conferences. So why not adopt that into your program anyway? You know, if that's something that would be a part of your company, if you were successful and you have an opportunity to do it for free, just to, you know, have somebody ask someone questions. You don't need the New York Times and, you know, the Boston Herald or whatever there. Right. You could ask questions to the players or just have them talk or whatever, and then just upload it to your website. You could upload special moments on your Facebook and Instagram or whatever, or some cool things that they say, or whatever.
You're making a lot of sense right now, right?
I know. I don't know. It's rocket science. But no, seriously, there's so many great personalities in bowling, and it's why I love being out here. And you know, I haven't made it. You know, I haven't won yet, and I'm not. You know, I don't have $100,000 in my bank account, but I still love being out here because I like being around the people who bowl and who enjoy bowling, and we have conversations and we try and get better and we have a good time, and the personalities are great, and I just wish everybody knew who the best bowlers in the world are, right? Because I think they should. Right. I think the world would be a better place if the best bowlers in the world were very, very known people.
There's a lot of really cool stories out here.
Amazing.
There's a lot
Amazing
of really
stories.
Cool stories, and there's a lot of really interesting characters.
Exactly.
If you get to know people, like there's a lot of things about. Here you go. I'll start a conversation for our fans. What's something about you that nobody would know?
Wow. That nobody would know.
Or that only nobody that follows bowling would know about you. Something you like, something you do, something.
So growing up, I was a competitive soccer player, and the team I played for was the Impulse, and I started playing for them when I was like 8, I think, or maybe 7. And by the time I was 12 or 13, we had one of the premier teams in the nation, and we would play this. We would play this type of soccer. It's called 3v3, where you have 3 people on the field. It's a small field. There's a box around the goal, so there's no goalies, and you can't step in that box. And what it was each team in the nation who wanted to do this 3v3 would just get their best 5 players. So you had 3 people on the field, 2 on the sideline, and it was the cream of the crop of the clubs in the United States. And so we started doing these tournaments, and at first we weren't great. We made it to nationals the first year and we got stomped. And the next year we practiced, and we made it to nationals, and we won a game or 2. And the next year we made it back to nationals and we won like 3 or 4 games. And then the last year we lost in the round of 8 to a team from Texas who eventually took second. And it kind of outlined the mentality I have for bowling, and I don't think I would be the bowler I am today, or at least have the work ethic or the mentality that I have, if it wasn't for soccer. Because what we did, watching our team progress, practicing every day. So it started out, we were practicing on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and by the time I was 13 and we were in the under 13 competitive division, we were practicing every day.
Right.
And it was so obvious that the reason we got good was because we practiced every day.
Right.
And so, that's one thing a lot of people don't know. Is growing up, I was a good soccer player, and I still play today. I play multiple games a week.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, there's so many things people don't know about our game and our players and our people that are in our game.
Exactly.
People don't know that about you. I never knew that about you. I talk to you all the time. I never knew that about you.
Yep. Or why did Chris Vi decide to get really, really strong?
Right.
What was the reasoning behind that? Was it helping his bowling? Has he always been an athlete and he just likes to be athletic?
Right.
Does it help his mentality? Does it help his bowling game? Whatever. So I don't know. There's something about everybody that people would love to hear about, or can relate to, or so on and so forth.
Yeah.
And I think the
that's what I mean.
the PBA isn't going to thrive unless those things come out.
Right. We have to humanize
exactly
our players, and
exactly.
that's why, like, talking to you about that, that's really cool.
Yeah,
like,
I know.
Soccer's not a big thing, but you're really into it.
It was very
that's
important
very
in my
cool.
life.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so when I decided to ultimately go to college for bowling instead of soccer, I took that mentality from soccer and just decided to get good at bowling because that's what I did with soccer. You know what I mean? It was the same thing.
Right.
And so, and I'm sure there's a lot of like little things about. I'm sure everyone had a sport or everyone had a moment in a sport or something they remember that made them feel so proud.
Oh,
that,
absolutely.
That ultimately made them want to be a better bowler.
In any sport. I mean, I think every one of us that bowls played some other sport at some point.
We're all wired the same way.
Right.
Like we're all different, but we all have that competitive wiring in us. And
Right.
Which is another reason why I like being around here against bowling against these guys is because we're all the same kind of person.
Still waiting on we'll get a 5-game update here pretty quick, and we're coming to the end of Game 6. We'll get to Game 7 here pretty soon. Go ahead on over to the YouTube page and give us a like. Subscribe to our channel.
Mike, I have a question. If I was to upload a YouTube video every single day, what would it be about?
Soccer.
Okay, so
Bowling.
there's a lot of different philosophies
It'd be
here.
about all of them.
Okay, give you a lot of different philosophies.
Do you think a bowler wanted to, if he was going to market himself and he was going to upload a daily video to YouTube and ultimately have 100,000 subscribers in 2 years, what would he do?
Okay, so you got two options on growing quickly. All right, you got the whole shock value, ridiculous stuff that you can do, or you can do the sentimental approach where people are like, you got to see this story, what this guy did. There's this bowler guy, and he saved 4 dogs out of a burning house. or hey, did you see that bowler guy that every Wednesday he goes and delivers 10 pizzas to a different group of people that are less fortunate?
I like that.
You gotta catch people's hearts.
Now you caught me.
So you've got you've got one of two options. You can either
say pizza, Dave's in.
You can either do like, look at me do a flop on the lane, or look at me have a bowling ball explode, or you can take the sentimental approach where you're doing something good for others.
Well, do you think it would be valuable to not include bowling into it? To do it about yourself, like something outside of bowling, but you're a bowler doing these things.
If all you had was bowling content only related to the video, how many people would that appeal to?
I don't know.
Probably not a lot.
Not a lot, right? Yeah, it's not gonna.
But But you can do things. I have some ideas out there right now that you can do. One idea, and I really don't want to give it away on the air, but I'm going to do it anyway.
No, you're not.
No, I will. I'm going to give this away.
No, save that for a conversation we're going to have while I'm driving down the road.
Oh, we're good. We're good. Okay, have you guys seen these like life-size Costco teddy bears?
Yes.
Like, I mean, they are huge, and they cost like $250 a piece.
Yep. John, we just got a 5-game update.
Woohoo!
Thank you. I know we're at the end of Game 6, but we got a 5-game update. Sorry to cut you off there, Mike.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Gene Perez leading after 5 on C Squad at plus 169. Brandon Novak 159. BJ Moore 154. Chad Roberts 122. And Michael Holloman at 113. 10th place at 92. And, dropping down kind of about the same we're talking about.
Yep.
What we got a combined after A and B at 7 and C at 5.
So I think Angelo's in. I am
so 34th
still
again.
in.
Go to 34th again. So
56.
we're at plus 56.
So it jumped. So Game 5 was the big game.
Yeah, Game 5 was the big game. So we'll see what happens on Game 6. We'll be a little behind on getting the scores for Game 6, but we will get them to you as quick as we can.
I will tell you that the star pair on 67 and 68, it was Anderson and
Andrew Anderson had a good game. He's at plus 86 now.
But the high game on that pair was 201.
Okay.
It was Crummell, Anderson, Boog, So 201, 190, 170,
Greg Young.
160.
Greg Young was on that pair
So
also.
virtually none of them went positive that game. So
All right.
we might be accurate when we say that when it
And
gets to game 6.
Chris Loschetter did have 240 that game. He was at minus 18, so he's going to get to 20 or 30 over, have a chance to for a big last game.
What is it at now? 55. So maybe 80. You can't. I don't think the scores are going to be very high tonight. I would assume, historically speaking, that the pattern's going to play the flattest it's going to play. Tonight.
Right.
So, what was the number before this squad? Do you know? The 32. Oh, I guess it really doesn't matter a whole lot because there was only 56 entries.
Right.
I would guess the number's right around 85. I would say. Would be pretty accurate. So Lochetter's 30 over. He needs a 250. And then you have the pair right next to 67 and 68, where there's a 230, a 210, a 240, and a 210. So maybe 67 and 68 is just a bad pair. Ooh, we have Adam Barta. He's a guy with that end-over-end roll. How's Adam doing?
Adam is, after 5 games.
He had a 270 in there to get him up to plus 60-something.
Well, he's plus 32 after 5. Well, I don't know what he bowled game 6, but we're gonna take a look. Hey, Mike, come show me what I did here, because everybody can see it okay, but I messed up our screen.
Oh, yeah. So over on the left, there's a little arrow to the left of the green thing that's going up and down. It's to the left, and yep, press that.
Okay. Thanks.
Yep.
See, I'm learning. I'll be ready for Junior Gold.
So I'm going to tell you guys this Costco teddy bear thing, right?
We're good now. I didn't mean to interrupt
So if you went and got 3 of these things, right, and you did you filmed it with some friends, and you're going to do weird, crazy stuff with these Costco teddy bears, okay? So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to, shoot this teddy bear, sitting in the bowlers, at a table, and you throw a shot, and you turn around, and you look at it, and you go, what, wasn't that good enough for you? And, the teddy bear's, shaking his head, no. And then, you're okay, fine. You put him out on the lane, and you have to loft it over him. Then his 2 buddies come walking in the door, 2 more of these big, oversized teddy bears. And then you got to put 3 of them out on the lane. You got to loft it over them. And then your buddy lays on top of all 3 of them, and you got to loft it over the guy. And you can just do trick shots with a Costco teddy bear. Then what you do is you cut open 2 of them, and take all the stuffing out, and you get inside of it as a human, and you have to bowl as the Costco teddy bears and stuff. That appeals to children. That appeals to people that shop at Costco, and it's a cool video. I'm going to show you guys one.
You now know what really goes through his head.
I know.
Here's a video right here that has to do with bowling.
We're learning a lot about Mike.
Okay, and Brad Miller, I remember you doing
Oh,
a
this
slip
is
and
good.
slide outside.
Yeah,
I
this is
did
good.
do a slip and slide.
Yeah, but look what they're doing. They're taking it to another level. The people
bowling.
are pins.
That's fantastic.
It's got almost 500,000 views.
Really?
Yeah.
And they're
Do
just
we
having,
get-
they're
do
just
we
having
get-
fun.
Do we get to choose who we put down at the end of the lane?
But yeah, it's and they got really cool music to it and everything. So when you talk about YouTube and ideas and things that can work, bowlers think too much. All right, well, if I do a video, I can talk about RGs and how my balls are laid out, instead of let's go to a park and get in some swimming trunks and do slip and slide into people.
Yes. Yeah, I'm the same way.
But you can still be a pro bowler and have this channel.
I know, yeah.
And say, hey, I'm out on the road, and before I start tomorrow's big competition, I'm out hanging out with some of my pro bowling buddies, and we're just going to have some fun at the park.
But
just to unwind.
You can also upload videos of the tech talk as well, just
You can.
to appeal to a small group of people.
Yeah, but
that
you would just say,
want
hey,
to
if
know
you're
that you know
following
what
my
you're talking
channel and you're not a bowling junkie, this video isn't for you, so turn it off. I'll be back with some more fun videos next week.
Yeah.
But for those of you that love bowling, here is this. And you already had the person watch the video because you released a new video.
Do you ever find it weird when you're videotaping yourself do something or speaking to a camera and the people around you aren't comfortable with the camera right there? Have you ever experienced that?
Yeah.
Those people that they see a camera and they kind of move out
Yeah, I
of the
was
way.
on Facebook Live one night at Boston's in Hopkinsville, and the guy sitting next to me Said, "Don't put me on that camera. My parole officer might see me." And I'm not making that up. I'm serious. He's like,
Do you ever feel weird speaking to your phone?
No,
No.
no,
Did it ever feel weird?
probably.
And you just got used to it?
Yeah.
Do you think other people find it weird when people speak to their phones? If they see someone speaking to their phone, do you think people like look at that weird, or do they?
Potentially, yes. But then you reach a tipping point where you become famous, and then when you're on your phone doing that, and people recognize you, and all these people like are surrounding you, then everybody else that had an issue with it now just want to be in it.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to bring us back in for Game 7. We're starting Game 7 of C Squad at the 2017 Logo Infusion InsideBowling.com Open, presented by the brands of Ebonite International. I'm Dave Wadka, Brad Miller in the booth, Mike Flanagan doing what he does, whatever that is that he does.
Yeah, we don't know yet, but we're getting there.
We're in the last game of the C Squad, and we do have a 5-game update. Brian Rusk and Craig Carter were asking in the chat, after 5 games of C Squad and 7 games of A and B, 32nd place is actually plus 56. We'll get you a 6-game update as quick as we can.
It's probably going to be a little bit. They just finished.
Yeah,
game
they're
6,
just now finishing Game 6. We got a big squad going, so Ashley and Missy are running their butts off, getting scores. We'll give you a quick update on who we're going to have on our featured pairs here. Let's see. We've got Adam Barta on them, so let's find Barta and see who else we're going to have.
I'm interested in watching Barta right now. He's got that end over and roll, Game 7.
Okay, so we're going to have on the bottom of your screen is 65 through 68, which is going to be okay, on the top of your screen, on the bottom of your screen is going to be Kevin Boschman, Alan Mendoza, Adam Barta, and Danny McMillan. And on the
Hey, Dave. McMillan's 93 over.
okay,
And Barta is 52 over.
okay, very good. And then on the pair to the right of that, we're going to have Tommy Barna, Rick McCormick, Anthony Barber, and Devin McIntyre.
That's a pretty good one. That's a pretty good pair.
Yeah, Rick McCormick from Cincinnati.
Yep.
He bowls some regionals.
Are they on 67 and 68?
They are on 67 and 68, which has been a good pair.
Has it?
Rick McCormick is 39 over.
Okay. And then on 63 and 64, we're going to have
Jesse.
Brian Bergantino, Jesse Buss, Stephen Bennett, and Nathan Michalowski. That's a pretty good pair right there. Nate's a quiet guy. Bowls, has he won a regional yet?
I don't know, actually.
Man, he sure makes the cut in every one of them.
He does not miss a cut.
No,
and he throws
ever.
it great.
All of the bowlers on that pair are minus.
Okay, and then on the pair next to them is going to be Justin Billings, Josh Mitchell, Sean Bibby, and Tony Miller.
Well, Sean Bibby's up
And
there.
Sean Bibby's been up there the whole time, although he did struggle
Drop
last
off,
game.
so now
yeah.
he's 73.
So he was
Or he's
83 after 5. We don't know what he had after 6. So we'll get that score for you. We're going to leave it on dual action, so you get to see 4 pairs going. We'll keep you updated as quick as we can.
This is what we've been kind of looking forward to seeing what people are doing Game 7.
Yeah, and
Because
and
it's
we're gonna
hard
see
to
Jesse.
create shape.
We're going to see Jesse Buss right now, and he's quite far left.
Yeah, like, do you throw a clean bowling ball? Oh, he's not lofting it. He's
No,
setting it
he's
down.
not lofting it, but he is quite far left. And we got confirmation. Nathan Michalowski has won a regional, so I would have bet on that.
Yeah, no, seriously.
I didn't know that for sure, but I would have bet on that. I actually haven't ever seen him miss a cut, to be honest with you.
Dude, he throws it great.
Right.
And a lot of times I've seen him with, like, equipment that's 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 years old,
well,
and it looks brand new. And
he's that guy that you watch bowl and you go, man, he throws it really good, but he's not. He's like a.
But he's never chased the national stuff, has he?
No, but he's like the guy you watch and you go, wow, he's got the perfect game.
Yeah.
He's got
like an Ozio type game.
That's exactly the name that came to mind. It's like an Ozio type of guy. He's got the perfect arm swing, perfect form, perfect slide.
Yep.
Everything's good.
He's super solid at the line. He
does,
doesn't pop up.
Never falls off a shot.
Yep.
And also, you never know if he's bowling good or not because he doesn't say anything to anybody.
Exactly. Unlike us, I guess with us, you always assume we're bowling bad.
Right. You just assume we're always bowling bad. That's exactly right.
I'm looking for Nate Garcia.
Nate Garcia. Here,
Tyler
we'll get
Shingle.
you. I got. Oh wait.
I do know that it hasn't been good. So
it's easier to find it on that sheet.
He has not been happy.
There.
Nate Garcia is in 81st place after 5 games at minus 89.
And that's just on this squad.
That's just on this squad.
Yeah. So again, after 5 games, the combined cut, 32nd place is plus 56. We will get you that 6-game score as quick as we can.
Yeah, hopefully we can get it quick so we can kind of see things develop.
And we actually have some pairs that are already in the 5th game of Game 7 and some pairs that haven't started yet. So
it looks
it's going to be a little bit of time getting you those scores, but we'll get them updated as quick as we can.
Christian Azcona he had the front 3 on 69 and 70, and he ran it out as if he needs it, and then when he left the 9-pin, he acted as if he's left a lot of those. So I think he's trying to make a run, but it's been frustrating.
I was going to say I don't see where he's at.
It's been a frustrating block for him.
He's not on the first page of the combined sheet, so.
Let's see.
There he is. He was plus 10 after 5. So we don't know what he bowled Game 6, but he was plus 10 after 5.
Okay. So yeah, he's trying to make a run.
John Welch. There has been one 300. Mike Kahn bowled 300 last night, and it might be the greatest 300 I've ever seen.
Who?
Mike Kahn had 300 last night.
It was the greatest 300 you've ever seen?
Oh, it might be. I mean,
Was everyone 10 back on like a
on this? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah,
he looked like he was bowling league.
I know, man.
I mean,
300 on this.
Bowling 300 on this is impressive. I don't care what you do. Bowling 300 is impressive on this.
The pattern's difficult, but the pins also fall weird here.
This place, it's
notorious.
Different. Notorious. I have a lot of friends that bowl league here, and they say even in league, it's hard to knock them over here.
It really is.
The pin.
I threw strange things.
I threw a couple shots today. I thought my ball weighed 10 pounds. Mm-hmm. It went through the pins, and I went, what happened?
I've seen a lot of 710s,
yes.
But you almost it's almost obvious. Like you watch your ball go down the lane, and you have to worry about it. Like, oh no, don't 710. Like that's kind of how easy it is to leave pins.
Greg Thomas chimed in. I'm assuming he's talking about Nathan Michalowski. Said he's their anchor guy at the Open Championships.
Nice.
I can definitely see that.
Yeah, I mean
that guy can bowl.
And he's got a good enough game to where if he needs a shot, he's going to hit the 1-3. I would think. Like he doesn't ever fall off a shot, so he needs it.
Right.
Looks like
again, we will get you a 6-game update as quick as we can. We got a lot of pairs that are kind of pairs haven't even started Game 7 yet. Some are in the 6th frame already, so we'll keep you updated as best we can.
Rick McCormick on 67 and 68 is playing a little farther right than the pair was previously, and he just went through the nose, and it kind of looked like a frustrating leave. But the guys who were playing left the game before were 2-pinning, so it kind of seems like, you know, darned if you do, darned if you don't.
Well,
left.
and pair-to-pair here has been pretty tricky.
Dude, pair-to-pair has been
tricky.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And it's not one of those that it's been tricky because of urethane either, because there's not a lot of urethane balls going down the lane.
I know.
It's just been tricky. Pair-to-pair's been really different.
I had that good string of games this morning with that one ball with the Revolt Havoc, and I hit 67 and 68, and I go through the nose, through the nose, through the nose, through the nose, and it was no doubt I had to jump way left and almost lofted over the gutter. And it was out of nowhere. I ended up moving like 20 left that game, just because that pair hooked so much more than the previous pair. And then the next pair I went back to the Revolt Havoc. It was like, what? This 67 and 68 just randomly, hooks like a madman.
So we are in Game 7 of C Squad here at the 2017 Logo Infusion InsideBowling.com Open. I'm Dave Wadka, Brad Miller in the booth. Mike Flanagan is nowhere to be seen.
Nope.
But that's okay.
Nothing new there.
Yeah, it's okay.
We're enjoying ourselves.
We're all good with that.
Yep. We got it handled.
We will keep you updated as best we can.
We're hoping to get a Game 6 update here soon.
We will get. I'm gonna guess we've had a little bit of a breakdown or delay because we've got a pair over here that hasn't even started Game 7 yet.
See, this is what's so special about bowling in this moment right here is Game 7. There's a lot of guys who are either in the cut and have bad looks who are trying to hang on, or there are guys who dug themselves a hole early and are trying to catch up and get into the cut. And there's just a lot of action going on, a lot of emotion. There's some guys that are going to have to double in the 10th. There's some guys that are going to Greek church in the 9th that are 70, 80 over that need a double in the 10th to stay on or to hang on. And this is it. This is my favorite part of bowling right here is watching guys under pressure.
And I will tell you that looking at the pairs in front of us that we can see, as we kind of talked about, they don't look that great in Game 7.
No.
There's a couple guys. There's a 5-bagger over there. Yep. There's spare 5-bagger over there. But overall, they don't look that great in Game 7. And that's kind of what we thought might happen with a bigger squad.
Yep. I think, was Barta player 1 on 66? Does Barta have the front 4? I think so.
Hey, guys.
Yes.
I got a couple things for you. Number one, the only girl bowling the tournament, Jackie Carbonetto, is plus 15. Just letting you know.
What does she got? What does she got? Update us.
She can shoot 234 if she throws the last 5.
Okay.
Well, that's going to get close.
That's a check, right?
That's going to get
She
close.
needs the last 5. I mean, that's
a
tall order. But and another thing is Steve Novak came up to me and goes, you know what? You're really good at naming patterns. He goes, this is the flying V. You definitely need loft.
Wait, Steve Novak is lofting it or Brandon Novak?
Steve Novak is lofting it.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah. Jackie did get a strike in the 8th, so she's
here we go
on her way to a possible 230.
Adam Barta is the top bowler on that lane. Whatever lane he's bowling on, he is the top bowler.
Okay, so Barta's got the front 4, 7 spare strikes. So Barta's got 70 off the sheet. And he's 50 over, so.
Where's he at?
Barta?
Yeah.
Deadhead.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
And then it looks like Jesse has the front 4, but I think Jesse's dug himself too big of a hole, if I remember right. He's back there a ways.
After 5, he was not plus after 5, but we don't know what he bowled Game 6 either. Oh, well,
I don't know.
May not matter.
Brandon Novak's 180 over, by the way, and he's open in the 10th frame like 4 games.
Seriously?
Yeah.
How sick is that guy?
Actually, I'm just going to find out real quick. I'm here with Brandon Novak. Brandon, could you tell me how many times you've opened in the 10th frame on this block?
Wow. I've opened in 3 10th frames, and I've struck in 1 10th frame.
And how do you feel about that, Brandon?
Pretty annoyed. I made somewhat good shots, keep a 10 pin or 2 8 10, 7 10. Can't do nothing about it.
Wow.
Would you rather be 100 over instead of 181 over and had performed better in the 10th frame?
Not really.
No.
Okay, so I just spun that totally around.
Yeah.
I turned that frown upside down.
Yeah.
Good luck at the 7th game here. What do you have left in this game?
I can shoot 2 more frames left. I can punch out for 258, so hopefully I can at least finish 1 10th frame.
Wow.
Okay, so odds makers. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it or not, but that's Brandon Novak's thoughts down here.
1 to 1.
I don't know. That guy sure strikes a lot.
He can shoot 258.
It's incredible.
That guy sure strikes a lot.
It is incredible. Jonathan
He won,
Smelt.
by the way, Brandon Novak won the regional last weekend for the 3rd time in 4 years in that building.
Is that the one? Did he win back-to-back? Or he had it one
He did. He did. He won. He didn't win last year, but he won the 2 previous years. And 2 years ago, he won by almost 500
Okay,
points.
that's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
There was one regional where he just
He
ran
won
out.
by almost 500 this year. He won by almost 300 this year.
Wow.
The best score that Carbonetto can bowl now is 213, so she can finish at plus 28.
Do you think how many
How-
how many are cashing?
How many are cashing?
1 in 5.
So what are we
So
going to
about
have?
50
240?
around 50.
Yeah, around
250.
50.
About be about around
What's
50.
50th right now? Let's
And can you cash more than once, Mike?
Nope, just once.
21 over.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but we don't know how many we have to go down.
right. So
I would say
she's probably going to get a check if she strikes out in the 10th.
I would say it's plus a touch.
Yeah.
A skosh.
James Ray. Somebody was looking for an update on James Ray. We got an update on that?
How you doing, Ray? How you doing?
James Ray was minus 122 after 5. We will get you an update as quick as we can on Game 6.
And the pattern is the flying V pattern. It was a pattern made up by Kegel for this event. It's got ice oil on the way down, fire oil on the way back. What is it, 42 feet?
42? Mike, can you confirm that?
I believe it's 43.
43. And it's difficult.
It is very
The
difficult.
middles play flat. Urethane isn't necessarily in play for the cop-out quotations.
Mike Rogers, the format after the cut. We're going to cut to 32 tonight. Pins will carry over. We're going to bowl 4 more games tomorrow morning and then cut to the top 12 for 12 games of round-robin match play. And then we will cut to the top 5 for a step-ladder finals tomorrow evening.
Mike's going down there with a camera.
And that step-ladder finals will be broadcast live here on InsideBowling.com.
Oh, he's getting Jackie. Come on, Jackie. One time. Strike out for the check.
Yeah, now-
Jackie can only bowl 203 now.
What is she at? Plus what?
15.
That means
that's going to require me figuring out which camera that is. Oh, there it is. I got it.
Yep. If you want to
All
bring
right.
it up, I got
I got
Brandon
it.
Novak here on a possible
I got
258.
it. So we got Jackie shooting the 610.
Council smiling is way harder.
We got a traffic jam here of people in the way of the camera. I'll see what I can do here.
Oh, you're good. We got Brandon getting up on the right
I'm
lane.
gonna raise it up.
We're expecting a perfect camera angle. Don't let us down.
Oh, well, this is horrible.
And the Jim Furyk of bowling with a perfect strike.
He actually struck in the 10th. Woohoo!
Yeah. So go tell him. Congrats on striking in the 10th.
Go figure. Brandon Novak's 200-something over when they're hard.
Hey, take it off this camera for a second. I'm going to move.
All right.
Thank you.
Give me 1 second.
Sparking out orders here.
Got it.
It's your world. We're just living it.
Yep. You got it. Chase, I don't
you
know
can
that
come
we
back
can
to
get,
it now.
I don't know that we can get down to Michael Holloman's pair. We will try. Give us just a second. We're going to get a look at Brandon Novak again.
9-pin.
Little 9-pin.
Poor guy.
People everywhere down here.
Poor guy.
Okay.
Greg Thomas asks, is the pattern more difficult than the Players' Championship and TOC on the PBA? I don't think that needs an answer. But yes, Council, I'm going to get there eventually.
Chase, we will try to get down there. Mike, we have somebody requesting 43 and 44 for Michael Holloman.
I can try.
All right, see if you can get us that. If not, we'll let them know. Chase, we're going to try to get that for you.
I want to see somebody on camera that
and-
needs a double in the 10th to make it.
And honestly, Greg Thomas, yeah, this is more difficult, but really the lane pattern doesn't matter.
No, yeah.
It still is
I
what it
agree.
is.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I don't see Michael Holloman on 43 and 44.
All right. Well, Chase, we'll try to find you and get you an update on Michael Holloman. We'll get that as quick as we can. We're going to keep it on some dual action right here. We got Adam Barta getting up on lane 66.
Holloman should be down that way.
He might be done.
Might be done, yeah. For sure.
Hey, that was that Nathan Michalowski guy. He's kind of good. He just threw another strike.
Yeah, you're allowed re-racks. Barta just asked if he's allowed a re-rack.
I don't know. That's a
Yes.
Jerry Anderson.
Two a game.
All right, well,
absolutely.
I wasn't going to ask you. You tell us to go ask Jerry Anderson.
So Barta here. Barta's 50 over.
Well, after 5. We don't know what he had. What?
No. Flanagan said he was.
Oh, he did. What did you say Barta was at?
56 over or something.
56?
52.
52.
Okay, well he's got 257 off the sheet, and he's getting ready to throw a shot on 66, which he hasn't struck on the last 2 shots.
And he just took a re-rack?
And he just took a re-rack. So this is.
This is a big shot.
Yeah,
And he's quite far left.
If he misses here, he probably has to strike out to make
He's
it.
quite far left.
Oh, that was big.
And he did.
That was big.
He did.
This
So
is
he
what
has
I
two-
love. This is
It-
what I
it-
love,
this is
right
what you
here.
were just talking about.
Yeah.
This is what you were talking
This is
about.
bowling at its finest.
All right.
He went light on that lane 2 shots in a row, so he gave it the crowbar the next shot to give it to Shim.
So we're gonna get over to that pair with some. Oops, that's not the right one. We're gonna get over to that pair, so we can watch Barta bowl his 10th frame when he gets up in a minute, with some scoring. And we're guessing that Barta at least needs the first one,
yeah,
right?
I would say if
What he-
if you get close to 90 over, you're guaranteed.
Yeah. So he
under
we're
80.
gonna say he probably needs the first one. He's getting ready to get up on the left lane right now.
So he's 52 over. He has, if he strikes out, he's got 57,
So that's 109. So he would be 88 with 9 spare strike.
which
Should
be good.
Should be enough, but
We
you're
don't
also
know.
looking at the top 12. You're not looking at
exactly.
You're not looking at just 32nd. You're
Yep.
looking at the top 12.
Yep. And we don't know how they're going to play later on.
And that could go anywhere.
That could
That could go anywhere.
You're right.
If I remember right, last year the scores were low on the last squad.
Yes.
Scores went down on the night squad last year.
Yep. And I've seen that on a lot of.
Yeah. This is historically
Yes,
this has been the squad.
Yep. Exactly. A lot of the guys that are going to bowl the next squad, they've already bowled. They're already kind of frustrated. The pattern's going to play a little harder, or historically, a little tighter, a little flatter. All right,
Ken, I don't know if that is a Mako. I will try to find out from Adam what
Here
he
it
is
is.
throwing.
Here it is. Needs it. Oh,
no.
way.
7-10. Wow. So he is only going to be in the 70s unless he makes this.
So if he...
I'll give you a quick story about Adam Barta making the 7-10. Adam Barta made the 7-10 to beat me in the Masters one year.
Seriously?
Yes.
There's history here.
There is history. Adam Barta made the 7-10 to beat me in the Masters one year.
This is why bowling needs to be famous. People need to see this. All right, come on, Adam. Run it down one time. We do have an update.
So we
after,
do, we
let's
do have
go.
a 6-game update. I'll give you the top 5. Is Gene Perez at plus 205, B.J. Moore at plus 200, Brandon Novak at 181, Ari Wilson at 141, and Michael Holloman at 139.
So
We did see Adam only got one there. So Adam with
75.
223 ends up at 75 over, which is probably enough to make it.
The number didn't go anywhere with that.
Right. It's probably enough to make it, but I'm going to guess he probably bowls again.
Yeah. Which sucks. You know,
so you've got the combined score now. So at 32nd,
it's 61, but
we're still dropping 2 more spots because you guys are. So we're at 59.
55.
55,
which is
sorry.
what it was after last game.
Right. So the number
it didn't go anywhere.
Really hasn't gone anywhere. A lot of guys close there. Chris Loschetter at 29, R.J. Pollard 34, Mike Wolf at 37.
Mm-hmm. Hey, we have
Kyle Sherman at 38, Rick McCormick at 39. So there's a lot of guys close. We'll get you updated as quick as we can.
Rick McCormick at 39. He's got.
And he's bowling right here in front of us.
Yeah, 214.
So he can get to 53, which is going to be just a little bit short.
Yeah. I wonder what Kyle has. I don't know where he's at.
Kyle
Sherman.
He is plus 38 with 1 to go.
If he doesn't make it, I'm pretty sure he's going to bowl the last squad, which means he will bowl all 4. Yep. Vi is up to 18 over.
And he's probably bowling down on the high end right now.
Greg Young is at 59. So he's dropped, and I don't think that pair bowled very well, so I'm not sure if Greg's going to get in.
Craig Carter asked if we expect a full field for the next squad. I actually believe we'll get pretty close.
Yeah, definitely.
We're limited to 108 per squad. I believe we'll get at least 90.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there was before this squad started, there was already 70-something.
Right, there was 70-something already prepaid.
What'd you get to?
I believe we'll get pretty close to selling out the last squad.
I hope you guys are right, by the way.
70.
It was plus 80.
So you're at 70 what?
72.
It's going to be close.
No, I'm not the bowl again.
You're going to bowl again?
I think so.
So Dan Higgins is confirmed at 72 over and is going to bowl again.
Chris Loschetter is confirmed, got to 74 over.
I already paid for it.
They're hard right now, aren't they?
What did Dan Higgins get to?
172 over. 190, 192 the last game.
And
what did Loschetter get to?
Chris Loschetter got to 74. He bowled 255 or 245.
And Barta got to 75.
Tom Hess is having a decent game.
Barta got to 75.
Tom Hess is having a good game, and he's
So
67.
We're gonna have some.
You may get to 100 some over.
You may get the 100 something over.
Who's that? Tom Hess.
Hess, yeah. Jimmy Cook is 71 over.
Of course, it is.
What does Andrew Anderson have? I just see him walking by. He did not have another not so good squad.
Who? Andrew Anderson?
Anderson.
No, he's 87.
Brandon got the 220 over.
Oh, there he is.
Brandon got the 220. Yeah. He's got that trick.
What did anybody know what Andrew Anderson bowled the last game?
No. Hey, Greg. Greg.
Gotcha.
What'd you bowl last game? Greg Young confirmed 70 over. What did Andrew Anderson bowl? One up with 71. He got 71 over, so he beat my 10.
Crummel's at 126.
So Crummel's at 126, Greg Young's at 70, Andrew Anderson's at 71.
Okay.
And then we have
So those guys.
we have
Some of those guys are going to bowl
Dan
again.
at 72 and Barta at 75.
And Loschetter at 74. Oh, we got
Dude,
some
that's
excitement for the last squad.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Here we go. We got
This is
some excitement
great.
for the last squad.
Man, someone shot 253 on 63 and 64. I don't know who that is.
I can tell you who that is. That was the pair left of Barta, right? That is.
Is that Michalowski?
Yeah, that was Nathan Michalowski.
Here we go. Where's he at?
Where was he at? And he shot 250. Well, he's not on the first page, so.
I don't see him on the second page either.
Oh goodness.
Oh no. Well, I got the overall.
Did I miss
so.
him? Where's he at?
Might
Is
be
his
some-
score wrong?
I don't know. Yeah, we're not used to this. I got him at 9,600.
Yeah, is his
Bomber.
score wrong?
I would assume so, but you never know.
All right. Well, so he'll be bowling again.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. We still have 61 and 62 on the 5th frame, but other than that, I think we're rounding up.
Yeah, we'll get you over to the full action on 61 and 62 as soon as we got Rick McCormick finishing up. I don't think we got anything else going on there. So we'll get you over to.
Hey, Mike, will you do me a favor? Will you go see what Jimmy Cook's shooting? They're getting ready to get in the 10th frame on 53 and 54. It might be camera worthy.
He's moving very fast.
Yeah, I know. He's excited. He's not used to being ordered.
Yeah, he's not used to being bossed around.
I know. This is his show. That's what he
We're
gets.
at 53 and 54.
53 and 54. Getting ready to enter the 10th frame.
I'm
Jimmy
on my
Cook's
way.
at 71 over currently. He probably needs 10 pins to guarantee himself
Probably needs
in.
at least 210 to get in.
Oh, hey, Mitch Beasley just got here.
Oh, what a guy.
I'm going to hand it over to Mitch.
All right, Mitch, how are you?
Hey, Dave and Brad, how you doing? I'm down here. Jimmy Cook, he's moving left. Got possible 225 down here.
How's it feel to be a PBA champion, Mitch?
Well, let me tell you, it feels amazing. Jimmy here, though, doesn't feel amazing. He just left the 3-6-10. Probably going to switch over to maybe his urethane purple, urethane hammer. Nope, going to throw a strike ball, taking no time. No time on the approach at all.
That doesn't probably means it's not good.
It covers the spare.
So what can he shoot, Mitch?
You can fill it up here for 212.
Ooh.
Oh, man, that's going to be close. That's about what he needs, probably. He was 71, right?
Yeah,
71,
sure wish he wouldn't rush this shot.
Yeah, he needs to take his time.
Hard and straight down the middle is going to be the approach for him.
Yeah.
Going Brooklyn. Gets 9, leaves a 5.
So 82 over for Jimmy Cook.
211.
211.
That's going to be enough to make it.
That should be.
Yeah, that's going to be enough to make it.
All right, everybody. I'm going to hand it back over to Mike. Thanks for hearing me.
Thanks for joining us,
Mitch.
Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys.
How are you?
Good. 211 for Jimmy Cook. Did Mitch do that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He got it.
Yeah, he did it. Oh, I don't know what I'm looking at anymore.
So we're finishing up. We got 61 and 2. Who we got finishing up on that pair?
61 and 62.
Anybody that's,
I don't know, but I'm going to go
got-
lunch and then let me know when they're done.
Well, BJ Moore's to the left of that.
Should be back by the time they're done. BJ Moore is still bowling. Looks like he's going to shoot 205. Where's BJ? He's up there.
He was way up there.
Way up there.
I'm just trying to see who was on the pair to the right of that.
Somebody has
Tony
spare
Miller.
four-bagger.
Let me find Tony
Oh,
Miller.
Bibby. Bibby's on that pair.
Oh, that's Sean Bibby. Okay. Let's see. Here we go. So that pair is Justin Billings, Josh Mitchell, Sean Bibby, Tony Miller. Where's Sean Bibby at right now? He was
80,
bowling good.
80 something. No way. No. Don't drop more than that.
Whoa, there he is, 25. Whoa. 25. So he's the top bowler on the right, and he's got 122 in the 7th.
Well,
so.
who's?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
No. He's got the 79.
No.
That's Bibby up there right now, right? That's
Oh,
Bibby,
yeah,
right?
yeah, okay. They got him backwards.
Oh, he went Brooklyn.
Oh, he went Brooklyn. So he's got spare 5-bagger at 25 over.
If he shoots 50, if he misses one more time.
That's He's got
80.
it going here.
Yeah.
That's a.
Is he
We're-
lined
we're-
up Brooklyn?
we're
Because he
gonna
looked
keep-
like he did that on purpose.
We're gonna keep it right there because
If he's
he's
lined
25
up Brooklyn,
over. That's a big finish right there.
I'm gonna go shake his hand if he's lining up Brooklyn right now because that's impressive. We have Ari Wilson, 141 over. That's a 2-hander bowling good.
And I don't know what he bowled the last game, but he walked by a little while ago and seemed happy. So
Yep.
he should be okay.
Christian Ascona confirmed
Brand-
20 over.
Brandon Novak bowled 240 the last game. Is that right?
Yeah, he's 220
So he's
over.
220. BJ Moore is going to bowl 2-0.
205, so it'll be.
Gene Perez. Anybody know what Gene Perez bowled the last
I
game?
have no idea. No idea.
Michael Holloman, Brett Angelo, Anthony Simonson.
Simonson came out of nowhere. He was minus. He had to have shot at 270 or higher.
Right.
All right,
Sean
here we go.
Baby's
Baby
getting up on the
left.
lane. So we're gonna take a look. He's on spare
All right.
5-bagger.
If it's-
Again, he is 25 over,
Brooklyn.
and he is weighted left.
Oh, there we go.
And this is the last pair finishing up. This is the
This is
last
big.
pair in the whole
So
building.
he
This
is-
is big. One more strike and he's in, right?
Well, he's
No.
in the 240s with 2 marks.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
he's in the 70s.
Yeah,
with 2
regardless,
marks.
just add it to the bunch.
Right. So add it to the bunch of 70s. and there's a lot of guys we don't know what happened. We got
Sure.
Zach Wilkins was 75, Mikey Schleybaugh was 71, Victor Cortez 70, Tom Hess was 67. You said he bowled a big game, right?
I heard that, yeah.
Kyle Cook was 65, Brett Shepard 61.
Greg Young had 211, so he got the 70 on the
So
nose.
yeah, we'll get you updated as quick as we can, and maybe at the start of the next squad, because we'll probably sign off here after
this
Sean
10th
Bibby
frame,
finishes this 10th frame. We got him going. Again, I'm Dave Wadka with Brad Miller and Mike Flanagan in the booth at the 2017 InsideBowling.com Logo Infusion Open, presented by the brands of Ebonite International.
Thanks for the guys still tuning in. We're enjoying it. Hope you are as well.
Head on over to our YouTube channel, subscribe, give us a like. And we're going to get a look at Sean Bibby right here. Spare 6-bagger,
This is a big
25
shot.
over. This actually
It's
is
a big shot. It allows him to.
It allows him to
spare-
open it. Well, allows him to open in the 10th and still be in the 70s.
Yes.
If he gets this one.
He went Brooklyn on this lane. Oh, that was. Okay, well, this is actually.
Is that a 1-2-4?
Yes, it's a.
Oh, it's a 1-2-4-8. I'm sorry.
How
That's
about 1, 2,
4,
6, 8?
Or
no 1-3.
1-3-6-8,
1-3-6-8.
sorry.
Okay,
My
there we
bad.
go.
What
We
are
finally
you?
got it.
What are you guys?
How long have we
Well,
been bowling?
well, I was thinking the other way.
This is a very
My bad.
difficult spare right
Wow.
now. It does not get any worse right here.
All right. Well. So
I just
he
saw his
is-
reaction. He's not happy.
No, he's got 213 in the 9th.
Okay, that's
So if he strikes out 43,
Let's
that gets him to 68.
not good. 68. Oh,
So
that's a
I
bad number.
think he needs a double. He's got to have a double to have a chance.
Sure. Yep. Compliments
You got-
to the cookie
you-
from.
You got what you wanted. We're going to have drama right here. We need
Exactly.
somebody that has to have a double.
Exactly. This is.
Because if he doesn't double, he's probably not making it.
Hey, hold on the chat. Mitch Beasley is back.
Yeah. No,
Mitch
is bowling USPC Open.
Well, I can be in a lot of different places at the same time. As a matter of fact, sometimes I'm drilling balls at the factory while I'm watching my kids at home. Sometimes I like to play Xbox and PlayStation 4 at the same time. And I do that with my Cyborg Pearl next to me, moving left, shimmying a little bit right when I get on the approach. And anyway, what I wanted to tell you about was this new dual-angle drilling thing that I've been thinking about for a couple of years. But hold on a minute, and Jellimar needs me. And I'm up here at Nationals. I'll catch you guys later.
Mike, thanks for that cut in with Mitch.
Yeah, no problem, guys.
Live
He's everywhere.
Live from
What
the
a guy.
USBCs. I love it.
What a guy. Getting ready to bowl at USBCs. And
All right,
hanging
here
out.
we go. We got Sean Bibby getting
Okay.
up. This is
Come
last
on,
pair
Sean.
done.
Come on, Sean. Give it to us. One time.
I think
for
he's
the
gonna.
double.
I think he's gonna need a double.
They look good. The release looked good. Roll it.
2-8.
Okay, well, I don't think he's going to cash, but
So, spare strike would get him to 58. I don't know. Well, still gonna have a chance.
This isn't the easiest spare either.
Still gonna have a chance. If he spare strikes, he's still gonna have a chance.
Did you guys have BJ Moore in the clubhouse at 205?
Yes, we did.
Hook, don't hook, don't hook.
BJ Moore can bowl.
No,
That kid's kind of good.
He's okay.
So Sean Bibby with the strike on the fill will get to 58. That is right on the
not-
bubble.
You know, he could have had 170 and not cash, so
Yeah,
at least
58 certainly going to cash.
Yeah,
That's going to be on the bubble for 32nd. We'll see. See where the scores play out. Threw that one
better
good.
shot,
So he's
yeah.
going to end up at 58.
Yep.
We got one last shot to be thrown here by Josh Mitchell, and
We're going to wrap it up.
we're going to wrap up. We're going to sign off. We're going to put it on silent. We're going to leave the camera
Why
on.
don't you bring it into the booth? There you go. And no, you'll sign off. We'll stop the stream and come back in an hour. So why don't you take us
All right.
off the air there?
Dave Wadka with Brad Miller, Mike Flanagan on the remote. Thanks for that. Peace out.
And the beer drinking at the bar.
And we'll see you back here in an hour for the D Squad at 7 p.m. Thanks for joining us for the 2017 Logo Infusion InsideBowling.com Open, presented by the Brands of Ebonite International.